on that, then you just don't get it. And then I'm going to do another tier that is for technical analysis live streams. I'm still figuring that out, but we're gonna get there very soon. I'm hoping by the end of this week, start of next week, we will be doing the TA classes. So you're going to be learning how to read the charts like I do. And let me tell you something right now. No one else is charting the way I do. Not one other creator on here. I'm sure there's other people doing it this way, but not as far as creators go. I've yet to see one. Okay. And it's lightning fast. Once you get this down and you learn it, you'll be able to just glance at a chart and chart it instantly and know what price it's going to go to very quickly. And this way you can do more high frequency trading because that's what we're doing here. I'm doing high frequency trading now. I was more smart money trading, but now that I'm trying to fund this show, I'm doing more of those high frequency tradings, and you can do it. Did you miss a galaxy? No, you did not miss a galaxy. I took it down, but if you want me to put a galaxy up for you, I will. TikTok seller says double tap. When is the class? So I'm thinking what we'll do is like a Wednesday, or because what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be taking off a weekday where I won't do the live, and I'll be doing it that day. It'll be a 1-hour class, live exclusive. So when you're signed up for the program, you'll come into the live, and you will we'll do that class once a week, right? And then I think I'm going to start doing one day on the weekend because the weekends are just massive. So I'm thinking Saturday or Sunday. I haven't decided what day it's going to be. I'm leaning towards Sunday because I feel like more people are out doing things and spending time running around doing things, you know, going to the club. And on Sundays, people are at home chilling on their couch, winding down. Let's see here. It's MVP with an R. I can't read your whole name. Thank you for the little crown. Chris Garcia, thank you for the heart meme. Mother Dragons, thank you for the hearts. And then MVP with the corgi. Thank you again so much. You guys are amazing. I appreciate all your love and support. And guys, anybody in the chat here, okay? Everybody here in the chat, and I'm talking to my chat warriors here. I'm also talking to everybody, but my chat warriors, you know who you are. You know exactly who you are, who I'm talking to. Everybody with MVP in their name, I want you to go send them a follow. And when you get a chance, I want you to go like all their videos, send some comments, give them some love, because these people have been phenomenal to me. They have taken me in and shown me nothing but love. I've done the same. You all know who I am and what I've been doing. Khan, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. HAO, thank you for the follow as well. Everybody go follow anybody with MVP in their name in the chat. And if you're with MVP and you're just watching in the background, go ahead and make yourself known in the chat so people know that you're there and can show you some love. What's up, Ken? How you doing? I'll tell you what, man, this magnet on XRP is just so strong. But I'll tell you what, this is textbook right here. This is so textbook. I thought we were done. I thought, okay, we're about to break structure. We're about to go to the moon. And look at it. It just came slamming right back down. Look at all that wick. That is heavy, heavy sell pressure right there. All right. Look at all this buy pressure right here. Buy pressure. A lot of buy pressure just to get one heavy wick. Because all those people, even the ones that bought up here, once they got to break even or close to it, they jumped out. They're scared. The charts are strange. I don't know, man. They seem to be highly predictable right now, especially for being in the $2 to $2.20 zone. Usually that's very unpredictable. And that's why I was leaning towards, okay, we're in this zone. Stranger things have happened, right? But it is sticking with it. And I think it has to do with sell and may go away. It's just where we are in the in the timeline for the bull cycle. That pump last night played out. I know, dude, I told you. I told you. And I think it might have more just for those latecomers. They'll see that big heavy, and look at it. They already did. You know, it came down here to 220, and it just recovered a little bit. So we'll see what happens with it. But I mean, it already seems like it's getting some sell pressure. What's up, Gibby? How you doing? Hopefully you made some money. Me and Gibby have been talking. She's taking full, or I don't know if you're a boy or a girl. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed. I'm working on that. I'm working on that. But I see a flower and I see Gibby and I automatically assume. Um, but Gibby is taking advantage of the subscription and she is getting, or excuse me, they are getting um, that one-on-one training, and I hope it's going well for you because I tell you what, I'm a girl, Gina G. Oh, okay, all right. Glad I didn't make a mistake because like that's the last thing I want to do is offend somebody here. Gibby, thank you for the heart me. Um, Crypto TV, thank you for the club cheers ×5 and another 2 more. Thank you so much. You guys are freaking awesome. MVP, guys. MVP is our agency now. So we have an agent. Okay, add MVP network when you're ready. Okay, on co-host, correct? I'm ready. All right. It says that I can't. Okay, there we go. All right. You have been requested. You have been summoned to the floor. So I want you all to give a warm welcome to our co-host coming up here.
This okay, is here Eve. We go. Here we go.
How Hello. We doing, Eve? Glad to have you here on the show. Welcome, welcome. So everyone, this is Eve. She is our amazing she runs the talent agency and she came from a much larger talent agency. You know, I'm going to pull it back right there. Tell us your story, please. I want you to tell the fans, the creators in the live your background, and I just want to say the reason I chose her is because of her background and her story, but also because of her dedication. And so please go ahead and tell us about what you're doing.
Okay, so thanks for having me today. I am very excited. I think we started off. I think that's a story within itself.
For sure.
I mean, you started off. We'll talk about that after. But anyhow, so you know, I started the whole TikTok thing during the pandemic. My sister's like, look, I am so sick and tired. I literally, she came to me and she said, I just watched like a 20 to 30 minute video of you on Facebook at the zoo. It was so long. You need to get on TikTok. So anyway, I'm like, I don't know. Anyway, she's like, just download it. I'm like, whatever. Gave it a shot, and all of a sudden, I fell in love. I've been in love with TikTok. I've done the battles, panels, everything, you name it. And then I started to, you know, I came across that they started having agencies because TikTok is growing. It's so big. There are so many users and everything on here. So it just blew up and they started making agencies. So now they call them creator networks. So, long story short, they reached out to me and they said, look, I was with another agency. I was a manager. And, after that, you eventually just kind of want to like, do your own thing. I'm like, I could so do this, but I can put the passion that I want to, people want to battle. I'll just decline it. I'll put the passion that I don't see in other, not knocking all other agencies, but every agency, every creator network is different.
Oh, I'm knocking other agencies. They are
Right.
bad. There are so many bad ones out there. Sorry, I didn't mean to
There,
cut you off.
yeah. I
They're
mean,
bad.
like, but at the end of the day, like creator networks, aka agencies, like they can really help you. And a lot of people, like, they get this bad rep. That's why they don't say agencies anymore. They say creator network. They get this bad rep because um there have been so many like almost like sketchy people trying to do sketchy things that has nothing to do with agencies. An agency that's legit like this one, it will go through TikTok. You'll have to accept your invitation. Like you accepted it through your app, right? Your invitation. You accepted it through the app,
Mm.
or did I? No, that's a question to you.
You sent me an invitation. I declined it,
Yes,
and
yes,
and
you did.
and then we had our meeting, and she actually spent 3 hours on the phone with me FaceTiming. And it got to a point where she kept being like, "So are we doing this or what, bro?" And I'm just like, I'm
He's
not
like, he's
sure."
like, literally, you're like, honestly, you almost have me convinced. And I'm like, look, look, guy, look, I'm sleep deprived. All right. I don't really sleep much, but this is taking away from the hours that I literally like just scroll TikTok and see whatever else I'm doing, watching videos and stuff. This is taking, like, what are we doing? And you know, it's crazy. TV Trey, he gave me the same type of hassle. And I'm just like, what is it with but now that I have more crypto creators, I understand there are so many weird, sketchy scam people out there. So you guys are very paranoid.
Oh
I
yeah.
understand. I do. But that's
It's
me.
for a
I
reason
just
though.
not
Look what happened to Cosmic, like
yes.
we have to be very careful in this space, because the suppression is real, the hate is real. Like I was telling you before, crypto is so bifurcated right now, and that's the whole purpose of the show, is to remind people that, like, hey, we're all crypto bros here. Like, chill out. Like, we don't have. We need to normalize not hating somebody because they have a different opinion. That's the whole purpose of the show. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
Exactly.
off. I just want to.
No, that's fine. And listen, I'm here to help. Um, and just to clear things up, it's not. This is how much did I charge you to join?
Nothing, and I don't pay anything. Um, I'm paying. Actually, I've received more from you than, uh, that's all I've done is received. I haven't spent anything. I know you get paid by TikTok, but it doesn't come out of my commission or anything like that.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's totally free. A lot of people, have this like perception. Are we getting charged millions of dollars?
I
And
thought it
I'm
was a
like,
scam. That I would get all these. I would get hundreds of them every day, and I was like, why am I getting all these messages? And I realized I'm like, oh, okay, it's because we're making money over here.
yeah, and they like, I mean, they really like TikTok loves when you go live. So agencies, they're attracted to that. But the difference is we have a lot of people that are referring other creators to come to us. And we're very selective. We, like I said, we're the underdogs, but this agency is going to blow up.
But
It's
you
just a matter
guys
of
are,
time.
I mean, you guys have other niches as well, but I
Mhm.
would say that you guys have been crowned the crypto agency for sure.
I would say that too. I
And,
would say that.
highly recommended by Crypto TV Trey, highly recommended by Cosmic, Bullish Babe, Francesca. So once Francesca told me I was sold. Okay.
Francesca's awesome.
Yeah, she's actually coming on the show not this week but next week on Friday, so don't miss that show. But
I
yeah,
will
like
not.
I was like, I need somebody that understands what crypto's going through, and that's where you are. You get it. You're dealing with Cosmic's whole situation, and you're dealing with all of us, and it's a war front right now here on TikTok, and since I've had you, I just feel better. That's why I'm like, okay, like I'm gonna put some money in for promotion now, because I'm not worried that my content's gonna get taken down. Because ask the chat, remember when we have Twitch literally because we would get, I'm not going to say the B word, but removed from TikTok all the time. It's just been an uphill battle. There's so many times where I almost quit. And like I literally cried in the studio, cried because of it, because it's like I'm just trying so hard, and it was just nothing but pushback. And you know, if you're a creator, I want to implore you, especially if you're in the crypto space, but not limited to, reach out to Eve, mvp.network. You can just search at mvp.network. Send her a message, send her an email, apply to be a part of the creator network. Or even if you're just looking to become a creator, Eve can do certain things. So, like, if you're serious about it, you can get that push you're looking for to get going. Oh, look at the bubble gum. Nice. Thank you. Whoever sent that, thank you.
Yeah, that's Trey. Thank you, Trey.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Trey.
and also too, if you know someone, right? And thank you guys all for the love. If you know someone that is saying like, you know what, I'm into crypto or whatever the case. I'm a chef. I'm a DJ. I just downloaded the app. Actually, um, I'm able to. We have perks with TikTok. We work with TikTok, so we're able to give you access to go live. You just have to do like a trial for 10 minutes and stuff like that. So if you have that drive like I see in you, we are here to help. That's and we want you to be successful because that's how we're successful. But you guys don't pay us, TikTok pays us. So
Right. And TikTok seller, do you have an agent? And if not, I would recommend switching. I am so happy. I am so happy. That's up to you.
you
But
just I've been seeing you all weekend too.
yeah, I spend my weekends working as well, setting up the show for the next week, working with the staff here, getting all the articles and things like that lined up for the show. But I also take that opportunity to support. So now that I'm like, okay, I'm locked in with MVP, I'm gonna go support all the MVP people because I was just kind of diversifying it across crypto, but now I'm like, okay, I'm gonna help my network because when your network becomes profitable, it helps it so that you can help this show more. And so like we want to grow MVP network. We want to bolster and make you a shining beacon here in the crypto community because let me tell you what right now. You could sign with a big creator network, and it can be all these things, but I chose Eve because she's worked for the big creator networks. She has the understanding and the backing, okay? But she's I wouldn't even say small, but she has the ability to
We're
focus
underdog.
and hone in. She has the ability to focus and hone in on it, on me as an individual and her other creators, and the way she was speaking about her creators, I was like, that's what really sold me is you knew who they were, you knew their content, you'd already been watching it. You didn't just go in and see analytics and say, oh, this person's making money, I want them. You knew the content that was being put out by not just me, but other creators. You knew who these people were, and there was like a personal touch to it. And that was what I was looking for. And I really, really appreciated the time you spent on me because I kept you on the phone. I had so many
I'm like,
questions.
this guy's like, I don't know what's his deal. And it's like, and you know what it was? It was my fault. And listen, when I'm wrong, I'm not perfect. I'm like, look, I literally 2 days, I'm like, okay, I don't know what's the deal. Like, if you're too busy or something, I don't take it personal if you don't want to be part of us. And he's like, I'm PST, PST, PST. I'm like, PST, You, at that point, I'm like, do I have PTSD or what's going on? What's going on with my brain? Because I'm like, and then I'm like, okay, 9:30 California time, East Coast time, that is 12:30 a.m. So I said, you know what? I was almost falling asleep.
Oh yeah,
But I'm like, you know what? You you were active. You were active and we ended up talking.
yeah.
Thank you, Trey. we ended up talking. I'm very excited, and I love everything you have going for you. Your
Thank you.
studio, your team. Um, I I have spoken to your was it what was her name? I
Jesse.
forget. Jessie. Jessie.
Jesse's our fact checker.
Um,
Jesse,
yes,
come on and say
CEO'd
hi to
me.
Eve.
Yeah, is
I'm gonna
she
bring you
now?
up on mic.
This is co-hosting, so I'm live on my own live. I wasn't able to like go in your. I don't know if you have the multi-guest on. I don't think so.
I don't have it on because I'm on dual format. Jesse, say hi
Oh,
to Eve.
Hi, Eve. It's
hi.
very
How are
nice
you?
to meet you.
Yes, she is the ghost in the room.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you.
she's on the outside wall of the studio in our mission control area. She's set up with her laptop and microphone and everything. And so anytime we have questions or things to look up, she's on top of it and finds out all that information, does all the digging. She's also here to put me in line because sometimes I get a little opinionated and she reels me in.
Jesse, I got you. And Jesse wants to join us. And Jesse, I believe she put in an application. And she hasn't gone live before, has she?
No.
Okay, so we're gonna have to.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll let you deal with Jesse in that.
I'm gonna talk to her and stuff like that because she'll have to go through our little trial. But I walk you through as long as you're willing to go with me. I'm gonna walk you through the whole thing. I'm here to hold your hand the whole entire time. And people even start off really shy and they say, I'm really shy, but I want to go live. I have turned really, really shy people that don't talk into butterflies and they've blossomed and I loved it. And I work with anyone. You could be a very large creator up to 1 million. They
That's a
haven't.
good question, Orca.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
if you want to join the classes, TikTok seller, thank you for the galaxy. If you want to join the classes, there's a little star down here, and it has like a little circle around it. And you're going to click that, and you're going to click the Lux subscription. Okay. And that's going to get you one on one training with me, but the classes will probably start next week and it's going to be up there, guys. Okay, and I've already talked about it. It's going to be 1 hour a week. Okay, 4 times a month, and it's going to be $100, but that's $25 an hour to basically teach you how to not need me anymore. So there has to be something there. I need to make something off of this, but this is a way to help offset some of the costs that come with running this show. And I want you guys to learn how to read the charts like me because there's no one else that does it the way you will not find another creator that can TA like I do. And I mean, it's lightning speed. Lightning speed. If you get good at this and you learn what I teach you, you'd be able to start your own show and give me a run for my money because what we're doing here is something very special. No
Mm.
other creator is tapped in to what we're doing. And the idea is you get that subscription and you get to verify with me one-on-one with the coaching. So, um, not only are you getting those classes, you're getting the coaching along with it. So you can ask me one on one about things you learned from the class, verify that you're on the right track, you're not making any mistakes. So definitely subscribe, everyone. We have 86 subscribers, and of those 86, 80 of them are resubscribers. They resubscribe every month. And
That is
don't
awesome.
miss out on this opportunity because let me tell you right now, you want to get in now and get locked in on the prices because as the workload grows, the prices are growing because I can only handle so many. It's supply and
Mhm.
demand. It's just the way it is. This started out offering this service for $1.99 and now it's up to $10 and it's become overwhelming. I'm receiving hundreds of messages every day. I'm thinking that soon the people who aren't locked in are going to be paying a higher price. It just
Mhm.
is what it is. So um, get locked in on that price and secure your position. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's what trading's all about, securing your position, right? Anyway, Eve, thank you so much for coming on. And everybody go give Eve or anybody with MVP in their name, give them a follow and show them support, even if it's just tapping the screen. Okay. Go tap the screen for these guys. Let's grow this empire here and let's make Eve a star. All right.
Let's make all of us stars.
All of us
And make
stars.
sure you guys
Yes.
follow our
We have a
Facebook.
tight community here, and we have, because we are so strong as a community here, we have the power to make massive changes across social media. All right, TikTok seller says he applied to you, Eve. So
TikTok seller. Okay, I will be checking that. Yep.
he goes live more than I do.
Oh, he goes live. And oh, I didn't mention, okay, and I followed you back. I didn't mention one thing. All you have to do, the only requirement for the Creator Network is you have to go live 15 hours a month. And that is almost nothing.
Yeah.
That is almost nothing.
I do 20 hours a week.
Yeah, so like if you're like that, you already know. You're going to take off, you're going to be soaring. And you'll have, we are a tight community. We all network together, and that's what it's all about. MVP, most valuable people. You're all MVPs.
Thank you, Eve. I appreciate you.
All right.
I'm going to go ahead and pull you off here.
All right.
Thank you.
I will exit stage left.
Everybody send her, anyone linked with MVP Network, send them a follow. She is great. Highly recommend her and what she's doing. Their community is awesome. I just started going in because they have a chat that says when everyone's going live and it notifies everybody in the network, and everybody comes in and shows love and likes and comments and sends gifts to each other. It's incredible, the community that she's built. I've never seen anything like it before. And I'll tell you, some of these creators are really chill, man. Like I can't remember his name. I will give him a shout out. What's up, crypto bro? Hey, Cosmic, you want to come on the show? Cosmic is in the house. How are you doing, buddy? All right, I'm gonna send you an invite. Bring you on as a co-host. Can you co-host, or are you locked out? Send an invite to be co-host. I got you. We'll bring you on. Maybe we'll get Crypto Rap on today too. Yeah, you got to come on as a co-host because I don't have multi-guests because I'm in dual platform. So send me co-host. I know you can because you're on Bullish Babes Live. Guys, if you want to watch a great live, go follow Bullish Babe and Hey Crypto Bro. All right? These two, their show is hilarious and phenomenal and educational, and they're not just feeding you moon cheese. I love it. Them and Mega are my two favorite shows on TikTok. I don't ever want to miss a live now. May not have it unlocked. Eve, can you see if you can get Cosmic so that he can if he can come on as a co-host? Guinea Marie, you can't see me. Nate, thank you for the heart me. TikTok seller, thank you for the galaxy. Crypto Bro, thank you for the follow. Everybody, chat. Everybody in the chat, all my liking warriors, all my chat warriors, everybody go follow Hey Crypto Bro. Okay? Massive, phenomenal creator that lost his account and is starting from scratch. That I'm a big fan, by the way. I'm a huge fan. I love this guy's content. And he's not just going live. He's also making good videos and content. And it's mostly crypto created. I think he does a few other things. But he is just phenomenal. And I'm a huge fan. I am a huge fan. I love your glasses, bro. I'm jealous. I kind of want a pair. Love this guy. He's one of the first creators I ever watched and followed that were in the crypto space on TikTok, and he got me reeled in to the crypto space on TikTok. I have been a huge fan for quite a while. I've always kind of lurked in the background. Now that I have a social media presence, like people like know who I am now, but like I was always just a fan, man. And I'll tell you what, if you're looking for a good content creator, go follow this guy. He deserves it. Yes, Cosmic Crypto is Hey Crypto Bro. Okay, send him a follow. I just freaking love this guy's content. It is hilarious. It is great. Just a great, solid dude, and he's not here to feed you nonsense. Honestly, I think we're pretty well aligned in our thoughts about things. We have a few differences, but it's good to look at different people's views and aspects. Handy, thank you for following. I appreciate you. It's just solid dude, and Bullish Babe. Both of them, their show is just hilarious. It's a riot. I feel like I was spamming the chat a little bit today. My bad on that. I was just having a really good time with you guys this morning. It was morning for me, but I guess evening for you. What's up, J-Dan? How you doing, buddy? Glad to have you on the live, man. J-Dan, I'm still waiting for a response. I sent you a DM, bro. Still waiting to hear from you. You love it when I'm on the chat? I know, right? Sometimes I throw some shit at you that's a little crazy, but that's the whole purpose of what I do. Is I want to invoke thought, you know, and to think outside the box. Like the whole moon phase, dude. That's a real thing, bro. Check it out, Cosmic. I want to show you this. See this move right here? This is a moon phase. All right. We moved from it looks like 211 all the way to 260. I was able to call this pump with the moon phase. Not only was I able to call it to like the cent, but I literally told you what day it would top out because of the moon phase. And same here, the next moon phase right here, I was able to call it to the top and then call that it would come down earlier because it was a strawberry moon. So that meant that on the full moon day, we would start seeing red, and we did. Bro, if you figure this out by the moon, I'm going to move in and study with you. You could be a monk. Dude, I'm telling you, bro, I could teach you to read the charts like no one else. Chat, help me out. And tell everybody how I've been calling the charts from fractions of a cent. Cosmic, you can go back into my early content on January 30th. I called that we would move into a bear market and we would move downward until we hit 160, 163. And we put 163 as our price point, and that from there we would move up to 260 to 265, which is exactly where we hit, and then we would start downtrending again. So I'm the Cancer controlled by the moon. But it's just phenomenal how just how on point I am with reading these charts, man. And you are too. Cosmic is really good at TA as well. I can just see a little bit further into the future than people can, usually. But I would even say, like, would you say, Cosmic, that this is an ascending, broadening wedge right here? I feel like it is. It's a little wonky, but hear me out, dude. This is bearish. Let's go from the wick here. I feel like that's where we're at. I think we could just crash from here. Possibly get one more out of it. I think we're gonna pump Tuesday. Hey Crypto Bro, thank you for the hand hearts. Everybody send him a freaking follow. If you don't send Hey Crypto Bro a follow, we're not friends no more, all right? You might as well unfollow me. This guy is phenomenal. Huge fan. I told you, bro, like when you actually messaged me back when I reached out to you and I was like, hey, man, I want to have you come on the show. And you actually responded to me. Not going to lie, I kind of got giddy and was all excited because it was like having my favorite star reach out and talk to me. It was like you know, like whoever your favorite actor is reaching out to you. It was like having my favorite creator reach out to me and talk to me personally. It was just amazing. Wow, Guinea Marie, thank you for gifting the 3 subscriptions. Series, and who else? LOL Funny Talk and Whitney Tales Gifts. Appreciate it. Somebody gift Cosmic a subscription. Somebody gift him a subscription so he can see just how crazy my price points are hitting every day, calling the market fractions of a cent, bro. It's just ridiculous. I was right. The market is pumping. Yeah, Josh, it is, but I wouldn't say for long. And we called the market, Josh. What's up, Henry? How you doing? Jesse, you want to come on? Okay, no worries. Yeah, we're having some technical issues with the internet. We may switch over to our backup Starlink in the second half of the studio. So we have 2 Starlink setups here. We have our main Starlink, and then we have a secondary backup that automatically kicks in if we're having issues. Henry, how you doing, buddy? Glad to have you, man. Josh, you want to come on and talk? Send me a message on Discord. Let's talk a little bit. I'm prepared to be roasted. BlackRock's buying loads of Ethereum. Yeah, that's actually part of the news that we're going to cover today. You know, the amount of wallets on the XRP ledger has just grown massively too. And Canada ETF, yep. Let's actually cover the news right now. I think we're ready for some news. Crypto platform Tron strikes a deal with a NASDAQ listed company. Now, this is a shell company, okay? So does it give it legitimacy? I think in retail's eyes, yes. But that's more or less for like the neophyte. As for someone like me, okay, I see this as a loophole way to become legitimized. But still pretty awesome news. I like Tron, actually. I think it has potential. Josh, I'm sending you a phone call. Josh, I'm sending you a phone call on Discord right now. And then here, Tron looks to go public in the U.S. from strategy like TRX holding firm FT. So basically, oh, that was it. So basically, it's a shell company. MapTiff, what's going on? So they're using a shell company, but that's still going to be somewhat bullish news. And you know what? Cosmic said this, and I was like, yes, this is exactly correct. And this is why I like him so much. He has the same mindset as me, and Bullish Babe too. Like, they're releasing this and doing all this now, right when the new Tron movie is coming out. I mean, it makes perfect sense. Let's see. Josh, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's going on, brother? How you doing, man? You ready to roast me?
I mean, kind of. I don't know. I mean, we obviously still need to see if this move ends up holding, but it's looking bullish right now.
I'd prefer if you roasted me now so I can roast you later with the I told you so.
I came across some news that I saw today, which I had to fact check, obviously, before I found it, but I thought it was interesting. I saw that David Schwartz made, I don't know if it was a tweet, but it was a announcement he made. I think it was February of 2024. I don't remember the exact date. And he was talking about how they have the capability to lock up to 40 billion tokens permanently. He didn't say that they had any plans of doing it, but he just mentioned that that was a feature that they could do. So I thought that was really interesting.
Right. If that happens, dude, I get hella bullish on it. But right now, it just seems like they're dumping. And that's where we're getting these massive wicks like this, where it pumped up and then we just had this heavy downward pressure. Um, Today's candle will be the defining moment. But I would say that today and tomorrow's candle needs to close above 230 for me to be convinced that we've gone bullish. Because, dude, it still is textbook Head and Shoulders, man. Textbook.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I was talking to a lot of people who are also very much into this space, and really the $2 zone is holding really strong. Like it definitely, like if we do break out, we could definitely see a retest of $3.30. Just depends.
I think more of a retest of $3, but I'm, a little more conservative. Basically, if we do go bullish, I have I will take profits at 260. Well, I'll take profits at 247, 260, 275, 280, and then at $3. Those are the resistance zones. I just feel like if it hits $3, unless there's like healthy market movement up to that, it's going to come down quite quickly. Yeah, I think if it hits $3 and starts coming back down, and it's just like a huge bull push, it'll come back down really quickly to 250, 260. But if it does hit $3 and bull flags or something up there, dude, yeah, I would expect to see all-time highs for sure. And I just don't think it's happening yet. I think a lot of why it's pumping is FUD. I had people who do the coaching with me message me. There's a rumor going around that the U.S. basically put out an announcement that XRP will be replacing the U.S. dollar. It just sounds crazy to me, but people are believing this stuff. I think that's
I don't know about replacing the US dollar, but
yeah, it's phenomenal the things that people believe. And they always ask me, and they're like, "Hey, man, can you fact check this for me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's not going to happen." There's the other thing is people were like, Brad Garlinghouse announced that he was going to be buying back XRP at like $175 a token or something like that. That wasn't true either. That was Ripple buying back shares of Ripple. So that's probably because they're going to go public. So it's just funny how people they take an idea or something that's happening and they just slap it onto XRP. They always conflate, just like people conflate Bitcoin with crypto. People conflate Ripple with XRP a lot. And so there's just a lot of FUD rumors going around right now, a lot of just misinformation. And that's part of why I just am so untrustworthy. Brad has put a bad taste in my mouth because he's lied so many times. And I'm just cautious. And I think everyone that holds XRP should be a bit cautious because for some reason, and I know why. Okay, it's speculative, but I know why. It is in Ripple's best interest to keep the price up. Okay, so every time that it should come down, they come out with some kind of news. That's why I'm like, as soon as it hits $2, I'm expecting it to bounce from there because they're gonna put out some news report that's perfectly timed that says that ETFs are approved or something that's just going to make it go up from there. So I am waiting for break of structure on this Head and Shoulders, and I get it. I get it. You know, I will admit when I'm wrong, but the charts are telling me. The charts are telling me it's coming down. Okay. But at the same time, I'm not blind to the fact that moon cheese is a real thing. I don't know if you've been on the show long enough to understand what moon cheese is, but it's the cheese that they put in the trap that makes you think that it's going to the moon when it's not. And this just doesn't pertain to just XRP, but like it's just moon cheese. It's a trap that the whales use to boost liquidity in projects to get it to pump. And XRP is just so full of that right now. It's got me very cautious. So that's why I say what I'm saying.
I think the bigger like picture of it, and I think the reason why that also is a thing, is because, and we talked about this last time. Like there is a scenario where XRP rises into these 3-4 digit prices, which is why I think there's this huge incentive or a reason why everybody's holding, which makes perfect sense because we've got a lot of information coming out, and I want to send you a name of a guy that I've seen, but I don't want to say his name because this is your stream, so I'm just going to send you his name
Go
in the
ahead,
chat.
bro. I don't care. You're good.
So I listen to a lot of Jake Claver. He's
yeah.
in the
I checked
yeah,
him
and
out. You told me about him last time. I checked him out.
yeah, he explains things in detail. Like he's very open about like this is why we could go down, this is why we could go up. And a lot of other investors kind of always debate him on the reasoning where he talks about how high it could go. I think it's interesting because pretty much everything that he says is 100% true. Like these are scenarios that could end up playing out, and I think that's why so many people are holding. And like myself too. I mean, I think it's going to happen soon. There's obviously a huge divide. I've seen on Twitter today as well. There's a huge divide. It's like 50% of people think that it's too early, and the other half thinks that we're right there. So I guess we're just gonna have to see how it plays out.
Well, there's a whole percentage of people that think that XRP is just a scam, because of how they dump on people. And I'm not saying that it's a scam, but there's a part of me that wants to believe. All the stuff that you've heard, I've heard it too. And I want to believe it because if it does, I'm a billionaire,
Right.
But I also want to be cautious, and I'm okay if I don't catch the whole candle. If some crazy God candle takes off, I don't catch it. I watch the charts close enough. I know I'm going to catch some of it and I'll be okay with that. But at the same time, if, the FUD is true, it could ruin me financially. So I have to be very careful with XRP. And that's why I'm kind of just out of it right now. Anytime that it's in the $2 to $2.20 zone, I'm just out. I'm waiting for a breakout to see where it's going to go. And that's where we're at right now. So I'm like, I'd rather just collect APY and sit on the sidelines for a little bit and diversify into other projects than be in a coin that is in the most unpredictable spot it could possibly be in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially with, the Head and Shoulders that it's forming right now. So that's very weary to me. But I will say that the next 2 days for XRP will be a defining moment if we're going bullish on it or if it is this Head and Shoulders. So I think if today and tomorrow's candle can close above 230, 235, I think that's a strong indication of a bullish movement up because we've been in a downtrend since May 12th, right? So, it would be normal to see a price recovery. That's just normal market movement. But at the same time, I see this pattern and it's got me wary. So I'm just playing it safe. I have to. You're younger. Like you said, you can take that risk.
Yeah.
I can't do that anymore. You know, I have
Yeah.
a whole staff here that relies on my trading to keep them employed. So like the risk for me has just gone up exponentially. So um, I've gotten more careful, but at the same time, because I've gotten more careful, I've helped other people to be more careful, and they're making more money. Even when it's going down, they're doing well. Even when it's going up, they're doing well because, you know, I'm watching this thing like a hawk, man. So
Yeah.
I definitely say um, you were right, but so was I. The moon cycle indicated this pump here. I called that out to my subscribers, and then I said, hey, it's a strawberry moon, which is technically like a blood moon, a red moon, which indicates red candles. We got that. And now we're just seeing price correction from there. But tell me, have you noticed this right here? Because I noticed this today. And it's a little wonky, but that's a bearish trend, dude. That's an ascending, broadening wedge.
I mean, the way that I see it is that line that you have below that. I have it charted out a little bit differently, but I can see it maybe bounce back dramatically down and up again. But as long as it's gradually always having higher highs, and I think that might be what happens too, just because obviously there's a lot of important news, like you said, like we're waiting on the SEC thing. We have all the ETFs, and that keeps people on edge, especially these larger investors, because they have a whole lot more risk to deal with because especially days like this, like nobody wants to buy the top of the candle, which is why I think it didn't hold today, although I would have liked to see it hold, but I understand why it didn't, because we're still waiting on the SEC approval, we're waiting
Right.
on the case settlement, so many things, and it's like
ETFs, like uh,
right, I
even like the BlackRock ETF speculation, like we're waiting for a lot of things to happen.
but like I said, if they approve all these things, a lot of people will flood in. So it's just
Mm-hmm.
people are on the edge right now. And the other thing I wanted to say too is ever since we pumped like to 330, the one reason why I've always kind of said I don't think that we're going down is because most of the red candles were inflicted by things that aren't natural, which would be news events that cause people to panic sell, a whole bunch of things where it's like it's hard to read the candles, but then I see all this stuff with the wars happening and Bitcoin is holding up very nicely. So that to me is like it shows bullish, but as you know, like Bitcoin can fluctuate within a couple of hours. Like we've
Right.
seen it happen before. So leveraged positions right now, I think, are very scary. But
Oh
the
yeah.
one thing that I wanted to point out is all of this bearish and bullish news, and something that somebody has said to me is I follow this one guy on Instagram, I'm not going to name his name, but he does call outs similar to what you do, but they do it with longs and shorts. And for the last 3 months, they have not missed a single call to
Same
their
here.
community. And I wish that I would have signed up for it when I first saw his page, because something that he said is the coin is most likely going to go up, but the best thing that this coin offers is people love to trade these movements. XRP
Mm-hmm.
is probably one of the best coins to trade movements on, and I think these people who are experienced in that are kind of using it because they know that everybody knows, okay, this coin could explode. So there's a holding base that is holding the token price up, which allows them to short the market and then just not short it enough to let the market go back up and repeat that cycle, which is what I think is also happening right
I
now.
agree.
Because if you pay attention to it, there's a lot of people getting these shorts and these longs. So,
No, I agree with you 100% on that. It's a bit of manipulation, I think, on Ripple's end. They stated that the whole reason for them holding, 40 plus, I think it's 44% of the supply and releasing it periodically every month is about keeping the price stable. And I think what they'll do is they'll do things like, let's say it does take over financial institutions and things like that. I think at first, because we do know that they're accumulating massive amounts of XRP into these wallets, um, that what they'll do is as it goes up, they'll be selling off XRP to keep it a bit stable. And I really believe that they're trying to keep it at a stable price around $2 to $2.20. That's why once it gets in there, it's like a magnet. It just doesn't want to break out of there. It always consolidates there. So I think and that's a bit speculative, but it makes sense. And they did say that that's what they were trying to do,
Right.
with the coin. And they also profit off it financially, which grows their business and lines their pockets.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
But at the same time, could it go to $5? Absolutely, absolutely. I think $25 is a bit of a reach this cycle, because I just don't see the mass adoption coming. I think I see, let's just say all the planets align, okay?
Yeah.
And we get spot ETFs, we get the case dropped, and we get banks moving in to start using this, right? All that happens, and we get like regulation too, right? All that happens. I don't see it going much further than $5 to $8 because of all the coins that Ripple is going to be releasing.
Yeah.
So that's my main concern. So,
And
go ahead.
you are right, because, Jay Claver says the same thing. He says he doesn't see this coin going much higher just on retail alone. That's something that people should be aware about. This coin cannot go that high just based off retail alone. Now, technically, it could, right? I mean, I've ran these numbers kind of before. I mean, I kind of talked about this last time, but I think there's 59 millionaires on Earth, and if they were all to buy 10,000 XRP, only 60,000 of them could buy it. But that won't happen unless we get all these bullish indicators, like the case gets settled, the ETFs go through, and that's why I think it's important, where it's like, if they don't do it this year, then yeah, the market is probably going to consolidate, because retail alone, it's just not going to hold that high, because so many creators are talking about people like should take profits at $5, $8, $10, and people are going to be very skeptical on how high it can go, which is why that's like the biggest issue with retail is like, this coin has so many tokens, unless they get serious about locking, which I think we could talk about probably in a bit, because I think there's some things, like, I don't think they would just lock it out of nowhere. Like, the only way that I really see them implementing the locking feature, which, by the way, I don't think we would ever get a scenario where they decide to lock all 40 billion at once. I think that's unrealistic. I think
No.
if they do it, it would be in smaller increments over time. And I don't even think that Ripple would do that
They
unless
wouldn't, because it defeats the whole purpose of them holding those coins.
Right, like, I think if they did it, it would only be after they take over Swift derivatives, back end of the stock market, etc., etc., which
Right.
means the volume would already be there, and that would push the token price high enough to where they could lock a significant amount and still have insane amounts of value. So that's why it's
And
like,
that's like
I
5,
wouldn't.
10 years out minimum, you know?
So, this is all really good points. Like, I am a firm believer that all this stuff will come place this year, but I totally agree that I don't think retail can get this up much higher than like $5, $10 at most.
I think even if there's a bit of institutional money, because I mean, I don't know, would you count a spot ETF as institutional money? I wouldn't.
I see that more as like probably older people who have like retirement accounts that don't really know what they're doing,
Right.
which then also means that these institutions are managing their money, which means like it's not just going to sit there
Right.
like it would. And also, like, obviously we're talking about XRP right now, and I love cryptocurrency, but there's one thing about Bitcoin that nobody talks about, the new people who are getting in, And the biggest thing that I see is like, yes, Bitcoin exponentially is always going to go up higher than the last point. The only issue is the way that it basically works is we shoot up and then all of a sudden we hit some sort of a top barrier, and I would say 70% of people take all their money out, which means we crash all the way down again.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's accumulation phase, which means the people who are just holding at the top, yeah, they could just hold it and they'll be up, but they would make way more money if they're also getting out at these tops and these bottoms. So to push this narrative that you can just leave your money in Bitcoin and it goes up, that's not necessarily true,
I agree with you.
which is like, I think that's something that should be talked about
Yeah,
because you can't just leave your money in it. That's just not a thing. Like,
exactly. Like crypto is so amazing because of its volatility. And that's where
right.
you're making your money, and people think they're going to be a millionaire by putting $100 into XRP and holding it. That's not how it works. We get that money by swing trading it because it's so volatile. You can literally make massive amounts of money each month by trading.
Yeah.
And you know, that's a beautiful thing, but a lot of people don't understand that, and you're right, they need to be educated on that. And that's like what I'm trying to do is like teach people this, that hey, it's not about you can't throw $10 into this thing and expect to wake up and it be $10,000 or $1,000,000. It just doesn't work that way. But there is a potential to take $10 and trade it and turn it into 100, or take 10,000 and trade it and turn it into 1,000,000.
Yeah.
It's done every day. So
Yeah.
I'm actually with you, bro. Okay. I know that I'm just a little bit more conservative on things, and I think that that's a
Right.
smart thing to be. Is to I take into consideration moon cheese, okay, and I factor that in to my predictions, because I do believe that there are a lot of people that will diamond hand the shit out of this thing all the way to the bottom, that do not care. I,
Yeah.
and there are a lot of people that anytime any kind of rumor or anything comes out, they will buy. And there's
Which, I mean,
also a lot of people that are very skeptical, and that every time it moves, they're going to take profits.
yeah. I think the way I see it with XRP, however, is I know eventually we're going to hit these 3 and 4 digit prices. If I'm wrong about it being this year, I know that in 5 to 10 years, it's 100% going to do that. So for me, because I'm young, again, I talked about this last time, I can just hold this out and buy the dips. So for me, it's like I know where this is headed. I know their general direction. So it's like if any coin I would rather hold through the dips, it would honestly be XRP over Bitcoin. Not saying like obviously Bitcoin is great,
I
and
don't
I
hold
think it's
any. I don't hold any
I
of
think
it.
yeah, I
Sorry, I
mean
didn't mean to
you
cut
really
you
need
off.
to yeah, no, I mean you really need to time it with Bitcoin. And
Mhm.
also I think Bitcoin what are your thoughts? This is one thing I wanted to ask you. What are your thoughts about, do you think that once XRP surpasses Bitcoin's market cap, which could be a possibility, not saying it will, but if all the stars align and it does, how do you think that will affect Bitcoin? Because right now Bitcoin has been a leading factor in the market, but the other thing is I've noticed Ethereum has more control over all the other altcoins. It's like unless Ethereum's doing well, nothing else is doing well, and then you have Bitcoin, which is in my opinion actually more volatile than any of the other coins, because you can see it drop $5,000 in price in a matter of minutes, which has happened a couple times already. So, do you see potentially an area where Ethereum and XRP's dominance kind of dictates the market more, or do you think it's always just going to be Bitcoin?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think Bitcoin's more or less a dead technology. I see it more as a meme coin than anything. It's just a store of value. But
Yeah.
a lot of people, you got to understand, 10% of the world's, or less than 10% of the world's population is in crypto. And of
Yeah.
that 10%, 90% of them are normies that don't know. They're just said, "Oh, okay, I'll buy a Bitcoin." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's it. that's as far as it goes. I think as time goes by and more of these people get into crypto and get plugged in and start learning, they'll start
Yeah.
understanding. And then once Bitcoin loses that dominance and falls, or let's say XRP takes over as the number one coin, that will raise questions. And then
Yeah.
people like me and you, other creators, will start talking about it, and people will be listening. Right now, they are asleep. They're like, I'm just going to put some money in here and I'm going to forget about it. Which brings me to that car guy. Says, makes me sad. I bought so much XRP to just sit on. I was hoping that was it. And that's just not how it works. And that's why I offer the one-on-one coaching where I can teach you, chat, become a deluxe subscriber, okay? And let me coach you and teach you how to become successful and how to become wealthy in crypto. I'm 37 years old and I am retired off crypto, okay? I don't have to work anymore. I don't even have to do the show anymore. What I'm doing here is a passion project for me. You know, I just like doing what I'm doing here because I don't have to do this. I could literally just quit the show today and I could, go hop in my Corvette and cruise around and play cool guy everywhere I go. I don't need to do this, but I'm helping the crypto community. I'm helping educate people. I'm get to hear my own voice all day long, and talk to people and make friends. I live out in the middle of nowhere. I was very much a people person and I've isolated myself out here. So this is also a way for me to connect with people again. But I don't have to do this. I want to do it. And I just I want to help people. That's the whole purpose of this show is when everyone was, super cycle XRP to 10K, I was on that train too, man. And I realized that with the tariff thing coming up and everything, I was like, it's about to get really bad. And people don't know it. And people put money into something that they didn't understand, that they couldn't afford to lose. And I was like, something has to be done because nobody else is talking about it. And now it's becoming more common because we've been in this bear cycle since January, basically, end of January, February. People are starting to accept it, but I was saying it when this was a bull flag, man. This is a nice little bull flag right here that should have sent us to the moon, but it didn't because of all the current events that were coming up. And I wanted to help people. And so chat, I would recommend, please become a deluxe subscriber. If you're having a hard time, Ashlev, thank you for deluxe subscribing. Appreciate you. If you're having trouble, if you don't know much, or you just want coaching or, a second opinion, as a deluxe subscriber, you can message me directly one-on-one and I can help you and coach you. And the decision is yours to make, at the end of the day. This is your life, your financial future. But having the tools of utilizing me, it goes a long way because no other creators are offering that, where you can actually join and message me directly. So I would encourage you guys. We have 91 subscribers now, which is just phenomenal. But as that demand goes up, the price has gone up. I originally started offering it for $199. Now it is $9.99. And get locked in while you still can, because the price will go up. The price will go up for these services. So get in now while you can learn what you can and get to a place where you can either become self-sufficient or you're making buku bucks so that it doesn't matter what the price is, you're offsetting those costs. Anyway, Josh, sorry, I just, we got to do the promo and everything for the show, and people ask questions. Did you
I
have
mean,
more questions for me or anything else you wanted to say?
well, one, I think it's absolutely for $9.99 to get callouts like that. Even if you start with $1,000, there's a lot of money to be made on these up and down trends. There really is. So that 9.99 will 100% pay for itself. And I can tell you one thing, even though I'm just recently new here, but a lot of communities you actually pay more than 9.99 and you don't even have the messaging capability, even though sometimes they say that, but not really a thing. So you're actually getting a lot for 9.99, just to put that
Yeah,
out there, because these swings with XRP are real. So
that's where the money's at, baby. That's where
I
it's at.
think what I really saw today and what you were talking about is there was this huge misinformation that the SEC settlement deadline was today, which is another reason why I think the price or the candle kind of dipped halfway. Because
They
I
found
don't
out
know
the
if you
truth.
saw it on Twitter. There's still, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I saw that there was like up over 19 days left for them to make a decision or something like that. There's
And
still time.
they can also extend that up to 60 days, and then they can come up to the 60-day mark and ask for a continuance. This is legal processes are long and drawn out.
Yeah,
This is going to take a long time, and everyone just wants it now, you know? And I want it now too, man. I just think we're too early, and count it as a blessing that this is an opportunity to swing trade it and accumulate it at the bottoms. Because when it does come down, if you have a creator that's not just trying to uh, pump your ear with everything you want to hear, that it's going to 11DK, um, you know, you have an opportunity to actually grow. And that's the main thing is like, and I think you see it too, is like, but you're reading the charts, you're doing everything, you're holding, uh, but as well as I'm sure you're looking for buy opportunities, even if you're not holding, you're looking for those bottoms, just like I
yeah.
am. And you know that they come and they go. And, you know, getting out of that mindset of just buying and holding is going to be um, just massive for your potential in this market because I think too many people are sold on that. And, the creators are holding this coin and other coins, and it's in their best interest to get hundreds of thousands of followers to buy it and hold it so that they can use them as exit liquidity.
Yeah. I
Danny
think
Gibson
that's
says 11DK is a lot. 11DK is not a real number. That's the point.
I think and this is really interesting is there's so many people who are posting about these XRP at high prices, which, we talked about that. I am 100% on train for that. But the thing that I noticed was when I found out about Jay Claver's pages, he has a whole lot less followers than those other guys, and he's actually putting way more details about it too. Like his knowledge is very deep, and it surprises me that people aren't aware of that. That's what's crazy to me.
It's
Is like
suppression, man.
more people are agreeing or just engaging with these super bullish tweets, but it's like if you're going to talk about XRP going that high, you have to understand why and what are the things that have to happen for that to happen. And I think he does a really good job at explaining that. And I would love to see it. Like, obviously, like I say this like every time, I'd love to see it happen this year or first quarter to second quarter of 2026, which I feel like there's a solid chance of that happening, just as there's a solid chance. I saw, and this is very recent, but there's a whole lot of thing going on with the news in the last hour regarding Iran and all that. So I'm kind of interested to see how the markets react tonight
Yeah.
because they just ordered people to get out of a city in Israel, I believe. I don't know if I saw that correctly. And then there's more updates that I saw on my phone like 15 minutes ago. I don't know if you saw those, but
I got some
it's
news
good.
here on it. Let's see. Israel hits more Iranian military targets. Iran retaliates on the fourth day of conflict. And then this is just live footage of it. So I don't have anything more on it. But I'll tell you this right now is it could get a whole lot bigger. Whole lot
Yeah.
bigger. And not just that is like the US could get roped into this. Iran's already trying to rope the US into this. And I think Israel wants to rope the US into it as well. There's been a lot of speculation and rumor that the U.S. helped Israel with the first initial attack that are going around that Iran is spreading. The U.S. has denied all of this, but we've seen in the past that the United States does things like that, where it says, "Oh no, we're not affiliated with this, or we're not getting into this," but they still do things. So
Yeah.
is that the article right there?
I just saw a bunch of things on X. Apparently, Russia and China ordered their citizens to get out of Israel 33 minutes ago. So I would
Look
love
at
to
that.
see. I don't want anything bad to happen, but if stuff does develop more and we get the same reaction we got yesterday with Bitcoin moving up, I would love to see that. Because one of the things that I've always hated is this like emotional reaction to where whenever something happens, people get emotional in the markets. I'd love to see, especially during areas where bull markets are, where we kind of decouple from the news. But the other thing is, I think that we've had so much of this news come out to where it's like normal almost in a sense now. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's like, oh,
We're
somebody's doing
desensitized.
this. So, I mean, I would love to see the markets kind of go up, but this situation is we're gonna have to see how it turns out because, like you said, the green candle that we have right now it has to hold that,
Yeah.
and it has to go up tomorrow as well. Um, so we're gonna have to see what happens with that. So I'll be watching that closely.
Revolution says war is money. Yeah, I think it's more likely that we keep seeing um, bullish news and crazy bad news uh, back and forth because that creates volatility, but it also keeps markets propped up, but also doesn't allow them to take off too crazy. Um, but we did a segment where we covered the history of how the markets have been affected by wars in the past. And really, what it showed is that um, when wars break out, whether it be World War II, civil wars, things like that, okay, um, it creates volatility, but the markets recover quickly. And so
Yeah.
I think that that's why they're putting out the bullish news, right? That pumps up the market. And then the very next day, the bad news comes out. Just like this green candle right here. This was Trump saying the reserve tariffs the next day. Look at just automatically erased all of that upward movement. And then right
Yeah.
here we had Brad Garlinghouse says the case is over, even though it wasn't. And then we had the Fed report that interest rates weren't coming down. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think that they're going to raise, lower, or keep interest rates the same coming up here?
Man, this is a very interesting question. So I saw an interesting take on this, and I saw a video that Trump made, and he was saying that when he was talking to, basically what he was saying is he got the prices or the rates to lower a little bit, and what he was saying is why not just lower the rates, and if they go back up, then raise the rates again, which is I think is a really interesting point. And I personally think that the rates are being kept high for political reasons. Whether people want to agree with me on that, that's totally up to you. I'm very optimal that rates would get lowered, but then again, I can't be for certain because that's what everybody's been saying the last couple times, and they just stay the same. I don't think that they're going to get raised. That's for sure on my end, but I just can't give a definitive answer if they're going to get
I think they
lowered.
stay the same, man. I think everybody seems to think that they're coming down. Every time it's about the reports about to come out and Jerome Powell's about to come out, I ask people and I'm like, hey, do you think they're going up and down? Everybody says, oh, they're about to drop them. They're about to drop them. But the thing is they're not. And the main reason is, and they've said this over and over, is because we have not even felt the sting in this country from what has happened because of the tariffs. I have an article right here, and wait, this is different. I think it's right here. Port of LA warns that tariffs are still disrupting global trade, and the EU denies the yield of Trump's 10% base tariffs. There's been no resolution of tariffs. Yet at the same time, we haven't felt the sting yet. We haven't felt the lack of things on the shelf yet. We haven't felt the price hikes yet. And they've already been raising prices, and they say that they're about to. They've already been doing it. But every opportunity they get to raise prices, they're going to do it. Just like during COVID, prices never came down after. They stayed the same. They normalize it and get you used to it and just keep taking more and more and more. The prices won't come down from things. And that's something we have to take into consideration. But also the supply chain disruption. Okay. We haven't felt that yet. And it's coming. It takes months for these things to play out. I'll tell you what, when I'm thinking 2 to 3 months from now, we're going to start seeing that. And when people, retail start seeing empty shelves, and even not just people reading the news start seeing those articles of empty shelves, that's going to cause the markets to move downward.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I've always said is like these tariffs, we need to get deals because we can't keep these open forever. And the other thing is when we talk about like tariffs and market and how they both correlate with each other, the reason why I think they're going to do anything to create the mega cycle that I think we're going to have this cycle is solely also due to the fact to where Trump is on a second term, midterms are coming up. It's not going to be a good look if the tariffs and that goes sideways. If the market comes down with that too, 100% everybody's going to blame that on the tariffs without a doubt. And that is something that I just don't think his administration is willing to risk, especially because his family is so pro crypto. And it would be a really bad look for the White House in general if the markets start to dump and the tariffs start to go sidelines. So either they get these tariffs situated and they get the deals done. And if they don't, I think that they're just going to tweet whatever they need to keep the market up, is what I think is going to happen.
I agree. And that's what's been happening. Every time we've been supposed to come crashing down, they come out with some kind of bullish news. And it's manipulation. It's so that Trump doesn't look bad. And, like you said, midterms coming up. And what's going on, Anonymous? But yeah, like we have to take into consideration that they if the markets do start crashing, right? They'll put something out just perfectly timed to prop it back up. Trump will just say, now would be a good time to buy, and the markets take off. And, that's why I factor in moon cheese into my trades, because I realize that no matter what crazy news comes out, the reality is that people have social media and the news manipulating them. And until that goes away, which it's not anytime soon, expect that every time we should see a crash, we see a quick recovery, because they will
Yeah.
control the narrative. That's where we're at. Tuft Mines moon cheese is basically you think something's about to take off to the moon, but it's really a trap. And so the moon cheese is the cheese that they set in the trap to get you to buy into something.
I think the dangerous part about these tweets is they're good opportunities to make money, but the big guys really get to that. And that's why we've seen some of these days where it's like a massive green candle one day and then it absolutely wipes the next.
Yeah.
But it's just enough of a candle movement to keep the coin or the asset in an uptrend, even though the next day it wipes, because it never wipes fully. But the one thing I'll say is if you sell and it pumps up like that, never buy the top. You have to at least wait for it to go back down, because you will get stuck on the top right there. I mean, look at the chart. It's happened every single time. So in crypto in general, it's always sell the news. Like, you have to anticipate this. That's why I've noticed, like, if everything starts to dump, and this is not financial advice, that's what I'm going to buy, because I know they're going to do whatever it takes to keep the coin up.
Absolutely. Who wants to buy the
So-
top of a candle, man? We want to buy the wicks of the bottom, baby. I want to buy.
So many people do it, though. It's
wicks.
crazy.
I know. I can't. I don't understand it either. It maybe it's just people don't understand how it works, or a lot of the people that I coach, and I started this with the coaching, is the first thing I do is I put people in FOMO training. And
Yeah.
if you're looking for that FOMO training and coaching, definitely deluxe subscribe. Carlito, thank you for subscribing. Become a deluxe subscriber. You can message me one-on-one, and I can help you with your FOMO training, with your price points, when to take profits, and so on and so forth. One-on-one, whatever questions you have, setting up your wallets. Become a deluxe subscriber and take full advantage of it. Okay. But the FOMO is real. And there are so many people that when they came to me, they would get nervous being out of the market, not in it, which is
I
crazy to
understand
me.
that, though.
Yeah, and I'm like, man, when I'm in the market, I can't sleep, like, and they were just the opposite. And now those people, took the coaching, applied it, and now they're like, man, I'm sleeping better, I'm making money, I'm going on vacations and doing this and that. And I was like, yeah, you have to realize that we're in a scary time to be in the market right now, because there's so much uncertainty. Because just like you said, as soon as something bad is about to happen, they come out with some good news to offset it. So it's just, it's a tricky time. This is the worst bull cycle I've ever had to deal with. I swear to God, this is awful. It's nothing like we've ever seen before. This, you can't compare this to any other cycle. That's why people are like, oh, well, look at what Bitcoin did before, back in this time and 2017, and look what it's doing now. I can't believe that, because it's more likely for things to run sideways right now than for them to go up or down. And that's really what XRP has been doing since December. Yeah, it's had times where it pumped up, but it's really just gotten less and less volatile and just started moving sideways. Look at it.
Good opportunities to make money, though, for sure.
Definitely. But it's also, I don't want to trade XRP between $2 and $2.20. It's just a scary spot to be in, because if it loses support, it drops very quickly. But also, if it gets support, it raises very quickly. It's a catch-22. So it's like you have to be very careful. So what I usually do is I wait for confirmation that it's moved out of that zone and is going into a bullish trend. Then I will get into it. Call it buying the top, call it whatever you will. but it's pretty much a guaranteed. Yeah, I'm not catching the entire movement, but I know at least once it does this, like I said, we need 2 candles to close above 230. Once that happens, we're going to 260, you know,
Yeah.
or maybe 250, you know, it just depends on the news. But it's a confirmation of like, okay, I feel safe to buy right now. And I know that as long as um, we're in that upward trend, it will be volatile enough to get to somewhere. But then I know as soon as it does, I'm going to make sure that I'm taking those profits because it's probably going to come right back down, you know? So I feel like it's better to be trading more safely than to be living on a dream and a prayer right now cuz like I said, this is nothing I've ever seen before, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. I don't know how much you've watched of Jay Claver, but he was saying we're gonna go to it's really interesting actually because he was saying that we're gonna go really high. Then he kind of changed his mind for a little bit, and now he's saying without a doubt in his mind, this cycle we're gonna see those high prices, which makes sense. He talks to all these people every single day, but even the professionals are uncertain. You see it on Twitter where they're tweeting bullish one day and then they're tweeting bearish the next day. And I posted this too. I honestly don't believe anybody knows what's going to happen. I think it's really hard to call. I have a bias. I think it's going to go up, which I feel like I'm right, but I think any professional doesn't really know what's going to end up happening here because we've never experienced this before. And like we talked about just before, minute the market seems like just as it's about to hit that point where we would dump hard, there's a tweet, there's a post, there's a news article. So that for me, that's why I got in early, but I think for me is if I'm gonna make these like quick trades, I never do it with everything I have, just so I always have some in case we do go up, which I think is a smart approach. Not gonna be for everybody, and especially not if you didn't get in yet. Because if you didn't get in yet, that's not an option for you. But I think in general, it's kind of entertaining to watch too, because this is so stretched out. I see still people trying to compare this cycle to the last ones, like timeline wise, with days and numbers and weeks, and they're trying to time, the end and the start of the cycle. And I just think that that's not like I think you have a point. I think we could trade even sideline for a long time, and even if we see another bump, like you said, to 260, we're probably going to go sideline from there as well if these ETFs don't get approved and the SEC doesn't go through, because delay is what I think we're going to see for possibly another solid month for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think what they're doing is they're trying to build a firm support for XRP at $2 where it'll never drop below that again. Obviously,
Which
we're
is,
not there yet. It hasn't been built, so
yeah,
it will see those prices. And that's what I'm hoping for and waiting for. I'm like, okay, when it hits those prices, that's where I'm going to buy more, you know?
yeah,
But I think they're trying to create a solid, firm foundation at $2. That's why the manipulation is the way it is now at $2
yeah.
because it's also psychological. If people start seeing that every time it hits $2, it bounces from there, everyone will buy at $2.
Yeah. I mean, did you watch the candles? This is something I've noticed. Whenever we are in a key moment where we have to go up and we really need this candle to hold, something I've noticed is whether it's on the 1 minute candle, the 5 minute candle, the hour candle, right? Any candles, and I switch between these all the time. You can't just go off of one time frame. I
Oh,
switch between
definitely.
so many. And one thing I've noticed is, let's say we dipped, we need to go back up. Green candle absolutely pumps, and within like the last second till that candle expires and we move on to the next one, it dumps, and then it rotates and it switches. So I feel like somebody or a large group of people is kind of forcing this $2 level like you're talking about, because if you watch the charts you'll know that basically the last hour on the daily candle, most volatile moment, and they always either dump it right before the candle is done or they pump it. It's just, I don't know if you're going to agree with that, but that's just what I've noticed.
Oh, I've noticed that too. And that's part of why I stay off the lower time frames. The only time I'm really using the lower time frame is when I'm about to take profits or to look for an entry.
Yeah.
Because what I found is the day candle will show you what's going to happen over the coming weeks,
Yeah.
and the hour candle will show you what's going to happen over the coming days. Anything lower than that is for a more high frequency style of trading, which is fine. Like if that's what you're looking for, like I will help you with that, because everyone's situation is different. But for me personally, I would rather do um, less frequency trading, because I know I'm like, okay, I'm in this low position. I can kind of forget about it for a week or two and know that no matter what really happens, it's going to be moving up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it takes just a lot of the stress and the FOMO away. And that's like one thing that I'm teaching with the FOMO trading is like, if you're doing high frequency trading, you have a higher frequency to lose, you know? So
Yeah.
if you lower that frequency, it allows you to make smarter trades, because like we've been saying, like anything can happen, bro. Like a bomb could go off in Florida tomorrow from Iran, and that would
Yeah.
just be devastating, you know?
Yeah.
So we have to be very careful right now. And
I saw
oh, go ahead.
I saw somebody in the chat said XRP won't exceed $9, and then somebody said, I agree with that. And I think something that's really important in what we were just talking about is, obviously there could be a chance that XRP really takes off, which, and I want to make a point with this. You could be right, XRP might not exceed $9 a cycle, but then on the other hand, it could, and that's why you need to be signed up for this subscription, so that way you don't miss that play, because I guarantee you, if this move happens, you're probably gonna miss it. This stuff
Right.
literally happens and changes within an instant, and you need to be aware of these things that's happening, because if you go off of emotions and where you think the market is going to go, 9 times out of 10 that's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, it'll burn
So
you every time, man.
unless, yeah, you, for $9.99, for somebody who's looking at the charts 24/7, that is probably the best deal you're ever going to get, because if you're just trading blindly like that, you could say it won't exceed $9, and then we might build a solid floor at $2 and absolutely gigapump, or we might dump. So that's why, unless,
Yeah.
if you don't have the time for the information, you need to, this is probably one of the best deals you're going to find.
Yeah, exactly. And it won't last like this forever. So the idea is to get in to the price where it's at now, start growing your bags and making money and becoming profitable. So as the demand goes up, you're able to continue to subscribe at the higher prices, and it doesn't matter at that point because it continues to pay for itself.
Yeah. I had another question. Do you,
Yeah.
like, let's just say we hold the $2 floor, we build a solid $2 floor, we get ETF approvals, all this and that. Would you recommend then at that point kind of finding a good leverage trading platform to kind of take some of these moves on leverage trades, or what do you think? Because I have zero experience in leverage trades, but I've seen so many people make good money on it, and I kind of want to learn that. But I wanted to ask you if you think, if we hold this $2 floor, because I personally just wouldn't do leverage trades right now, it's too volatile. But if we hold the $2 floor and we start doing these moves up, do you think that might be a good time to do leverage trades or not?
Well, I have the perfect answer to that question. And here's this. Okay. If the way to become wealthy, and when I say wealthy, I mean me, 37 years old and retired, is by sticking to what I'm about to tell you right now. Okay. Is when you have a small amount of money, okay, and you're trying to get to wealth, you want to make riskier moves. Okay? You make
Yep.
risky moves with a small amount of money to create wealth very quickly. But once you become wealthy and you're in a position where you're like, this is where I'm comfortable at, then you take less risky trades with a lot of money, and it's guaranteed
Yeah.
income.
Yeah.
And so that's the real thing. Is it depends on what situation you're in. Someone like me, I'm not in that situation, so I don't want to risk losing my, everything that I built.
Yeah.
And have to go back to work, and because I'm getting greedy. I'm in a comfortable place. I have a good system in place, and I stick to it, and I don't let the FOMO get to me, right? Because I've earned that. But when I started, definitely, dude, when I first started, I specialized in IPOs, like, because, we didn't really have crypto yet. And that's where you would get that volatility that we like from crypto, was in IPOs. So that's where I started, and I made my money in IPOs by making risky trades with a small amount of money, growing it over the years. And then it wasn't quite enough, but then crypto came out. And so I went to an even riskier place with a mid amount of money, which was basically, it was like, okay, I'm still working. If something happens, whatever, I can bounce back from it. And so I got into crypto, and I got in so early, man. I got in so early, and it just, once I finally learned how crypto worked, I was able to make it, like, dude, I went through 2 bull cycles before this where I made tons of money, but I didn't make it real. You know what I mean? And it just cost me. I could have been retired a long time ago, but I didn't know what I was doing yet. And so, like, now I'm in a place where I'm like, okay, I'm still in a risky environment being in crypto, but I'm diversified. I have, my stock trades, and then I have my crypto trades. But I have larger supplies in stocks for long-term holding or in stable coins. But I have an allotted amount that goes into the stock market, and it grows over time, and it just kind of does its thing. It collects its dividends, and that's what it does. And then I have, because this is fun, man. We're having a good time trading here. You know what I mean? So, like, it's like, all right, I'm not going to just stick with that, and that's what it is, even though it can put food on the table. I still want to take a smaller amount and be risky with it to do it all over again, and then double that large supply of wealth in a more secure holding. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I could have been more clear. My goal is to hold what I have. Like my main, like Kraken wallet, I have these alts. I don't want to use that for leverage positions, but I'm just thinking, like, we hold a $2 floor, we start doing these moves up. For somebody like me, because I mean, I see people take leverage trades with as little as $100 and make good returns, and they're sniping small targets. Like yesterday, I saw people caught the move from $2.12 to what we did today. Just that short amount of time, they caught that leverage move with $100, $200, $500, and they made good profit. So for me, if I'm talking about leverage, I'm not talking about taking everything I have and re-leveraging it every single time. I would probably do more like incremental leverage trades with like outside capital and not take from what I'm holding stable, if that makes sense.
This is not financial advice, but what I would say is, if you're going to leverage trade, don't get into something that you can't afford to recoup from. You know what I mean? And I don't know if I told you this, but I don't use stop losses because I pretty much know
Interesting.
what is going to happen when I make a trade, and I'm watching the chart so closely it's not necessary, because I've noticed a lot of times that my stop losses will burn me because the whales do things where they'll drop the price on purpose to trigger stop losses, and then it just goes
Yeah.
right back up, and it's just burned me so many times. So I don't trade that way anymore.
Yeah.
I forget where I was going with that, but my strategy is very unique, I would say. I mean, there's a lot of people I think that are doing it, but I would say that most creators out there that are teaching um, are not doing it the way I'm doing it. And I think that that's why I'm more accurate, because I'm taking into consideration the fact of the manipulation, and I'm not just
Yeah.
relying on wave theory. I'm understanding that wave theory can be used against you as a tool for the whales and those manipulating the market to basically burn your stop losses up, crash the market down, and then re-enter and bring it right back up.
Yeah. I mean,
I would advise anybody, if you don't know Mega Crypto, and this is for you too, Josh. Mega Crypto just released his book, and basically it exposes the secrets of the tactics that whales use to manipulate the market and to extract liquidity from traders. Highly recommend you check. This guy is amazing, great. I don't know if you know Mega Crypto. Give him a follow. But there's a link on his page that you can click right there under his name, and it will take you to where you can buy his book. Highly recommend it.
yeah, I've noticed even, and this is a little bit off topic, but are you aware of like tools like Photon, Axiom, Bullx, where people are trading these rapid meme coins?
Oh yeah, Pump Fun.
Yeah, I was doing that and I was getting burned and then I stopped. I watched the charts and the strategy that I've done now is I wait for the uptrend to happen and I don't get in there. I wait for it to drop and I get it right every single time. I look, where did we start going up? And the price always comes right back down within a flash. You buy right there and all the whales buy back up right there.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy how easy that works. It's like the whole time I was chasing the FOMO and all these retail people, they come in and they buy when everything's pumping, and obviously this won't work for every coin, but I was noticing all I have to do is look, where was our last all-time low? And sure enough, after maybe 15 minutes of going up, it's just a wick just like that. The whales, they take all the liquidity out. I buy in right there, and it almost always goes up. That's just something interesting that
Yeah,
I've noticed.
that's how I trade. Um, and see, that can still burn you, because this is SXT, and we've been watching this one, and we saw that we came down here, and it was at 10.74, and it
Yeah,
started running back up, right? And so I said, okay, I think 10.5 would be the next spot, and sure enough, it went to 10.41, right? But we put our limits at 10.5. Literally the next day, we caught this, boom, just took off like
yeah,
crazy. But then everything started happening in the world, and we've kind of been in this downtrend. Well, we hit another
yeah,
floor down here that was around 9.5. And I was like, okay, so that's a 1 cent difference. I think that could potentially be the new floor. So I started accumulating along here, right? But then it just
yeah,
crashed. But at the same time, I didn't panic sell on it, because one, I didn't put too much into it. I just put what I could afford to lose on it, because I believe in this project, and I'm with this. I'm the same way you are with XRP. I'm okay because I know that eventually it's going to 50 cents to $1 minimum. And that's the conservative look. I would think probably more like $2 to $3 on this. So I'm like, okay, like I'm just going to be patient, because it's only been out since, May 8th. So I thought I found the floor, but it crashed down, and it's found its new floor here, and it should have double bottomed here, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, we double bottomed. It's going to pump back up. But look, it didn't even make it up to the next support, which would have been 819 to like 825. And it just didn't make it. And then boom, it dumped again. But look, it fell just a little bit lower, and then it recovered quickly. But because this wick dropped lower, I'm thinking it's not a triple bottom now. It could potentially be a triple bottom still, but I think it still wants to go down.
We've seen that with XRP too, those kind of candles that like they go a little bit deeper, but then they push back up. So now it's like a hollow candle. But
Look at in the 1 hour, XRP did something really pretty much in the same time frame, which is right here, from here across here. And this is why I was like, okay, it should probably pump because it fell down, it kind of double bottomed here, and it did like a so this is an inverted triangle pattern, which is usually so a triangle pattern like this on the upside would be bearish, but because it's upside down, it's bullish. And look what it did. It just took off massively, right?
yeah,
And so I was looking at SXT and I was like, okay, it's kind of similar. I figured, okay, maybe it'll pump. It should do, but it's just not doing it because it doesn't have that XRP backing, like XRP has. No one knows what it is yet. So there is a potential that this one falls all the way to 5 cents, but I will keep accumulating it because I believe in the project. So
is that also a crypto coin? I've never heard of it before.
yeah, this is space and time. So this is off-chain data storage verification. So this basically solves the quantum computing issue with like Bitcoin getting hacked. Um, Basically, it has military capabilities because they can store intelligence off chain, but still verify the data on chain. It's actually quite magnificent. Nothing like it. There are other projects that do similar things, but they can't do it off chain. It's kind of similar to like Quant, but this one is partnered with Link and Microsoft.
Mm-hmm.
And it just hit, and it's one of a kind. There are others that are similar, but all of the other, it's basically competitors, do not do off-chain data verification for DeFi. So I really like this project, but it's just so new. It's nearly unpredictable. So
Kind
I'm
of like
thinking,
ZBEC was.
yeah, and that's kind of
Well, not really.
when this came out around the time ZBEC started pumping, and everybody was like, should I buy ZBEC? Should I buy ZBEC? And I was like, no, I want to look for something that's going to be the next ZBEC. And I believe that this will be that, but it's just so early. It took ZBEC a year to do what it did.
Yeah.
So I would call this in an accumulation phase. I mean, some people they message me and they're like, I put $10,000 into it. I'm like, man, like this is too new. It's uncharted territory. You know what I mean? We don't know what it's gonna do. So
These are good coins to make money on, though. I like. I look at it differently. I kind of like it when a market is red or a coin is down, because if it's a good project, 9 times out of 10 it's gonna go back up, and I would
agreed.
rather buy the bottom of a coin. Like I'm not gonna name the coin, but I found like crap coins, right, as you would call them, but they're listed on Coinbase. Most of the supply has been burned, and it's a really risky play. But the multiples would be absolutely crazy, especially when Ethereum starts going. And the coin is bottomed out. I love buying bottomed out coins
Right.
because it's a safe buy.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of where I feel with this one is like I was like, okay, I think we found the bottom and it went a little bit lower. I'm like, okay, is it finding a bottom again? Is it going to dip a little lower? But every time it finds like a bottom like this, I'll just accumulate a little bit more. But just incrementally, I'm not just going to throw 10K at something and cross my fingers and hope for the best. I'm going to throw like, 5% of what I initially want to put into the project. And each time it dips, I'm going to add another 5% to 10%. And the
Yep.
lower it goes, the more I'm going to put into it until it finally does recover. But what I love about this one is the market cap is only like 100. I think it's probably even down. It's probably down to like 130 million market cap.
Mhm.
And the coin supply is low. It basically has the potential to do the numbers that everyone's expecting XRP will possibly do this bull run, like
Mhm.
$4 or $5. It could
Yeah.
easily do $3 to $5. Easily.
What is the price right now?
It's at 7 cents, 7.5.
It's really oddly interesting because another coin that I bought at that price too, and it went a little bit lower. Why is it those coins? Like, I'm not trying to overhype right now, but these coins are. I'm definitely gonna look into this coin because that's interesting. Because, like, especially this run, I think utility is gonna be a big thing. Like, I heard somebody say this, and they told me, Josh, if you're right, and we have a mega cycle this cycle, it's going to be good, but after the mega cycle, it would probably be the last mega cycle, and then after that, a lot of the coins are going to lose all the liquidity, and only the good projects are going to stay.
Agreed.
And I think that's if I'm right and the market pumps, it is going to come with that side factor where we kind of are in this space now where utility projects are the good ones. But I'm not talking about like projects that have like a GitHub link, like actual utility.
Right.
And it looks like the coin that you're looking at right now is good, so I'm definitely going to look into this one.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
believe
100.
in the utility. I'm all about utility coins and like real world asset backed coins.
Yeah.
That's like my main thing. But the reason I liked this one is because it's so new and the utility, no other coin can do what it can do. There are some that are like it, but nothing else is. That doesn't mean that something else isn't going to come along. But for right now, it's a one of a kind.
Yeah.
So I'm like hella bullish on it. I'm hoping that it triple bottoms right now and then it just flies up to like 13 cents. If everything starts taking off, then it will. But it's just bad news hurts coins like this more.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm probably going to buy some of it tonight.
I've been looking to buy. I want to see it because.
Well, actually, I might wait for the news tonight first.
Right. I have a feeling that everything is going to pump until Tuesday.
Mhm.
Because the stablecoin bill more than likely is going to pass on Tuesday.
Oh, I forgot about that. It's probably a good thing to keep up with.
Yeah.
Is that the Genius Act or was that something else?
What's that?
Was that the Genius Act or was that something else?
Yeah, Genius Act. Mega Crypto. Let me cover the gifts that have been coming in. Mega Crypto, thank you for the daily heart me. Carlito, thank you for the 2 journey passes. Fat Pine, thank you for the gold medal. Carlito, thank you for deluxe subscribing. TikTok seller, thank you for the 9 roses. Revolution, thank you for the journey pass. Danny Gibson, thank you for the journey pass. HD Melissus, thank you for the heart me. Mar Lopez, thank you for the heart me. Jonathan, thank you for the corn. Nico, thank you for the heart me. Revolution, thank you for the scarab. Revolution, thank you for the popular vote. Revolution, thank you for the 4 popular votes. Danny Gibson, thank you for the heart me. You guys are amazing. Mega Crypto, how you doing? Josh, I'm gonna wrap it up with you here. Mega, you want to come on the show? I was just promoting your book. You want to talk about your book a little bit? Josh, stick around though. I want you to hear about this guy's book, and I think you would benefit from it.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
Yep.
Yes, Mega, I was talking about your book that will help people with whale manipulation. We were literally just talking. Speak of the devil, and he will present himself. We were literally just talking about you. I'm sure your ears were ringing. Mega Crypto, thank you for the 10 popular votes. Simon, thank you for the 3 journey passes. Appreciate you guys. You want to come on as a co-host? I'd love to have you on, man. I'm always excited to see Mega. But yeah, if you guys don't follow Mega Crypto yet, definitely send him a follow. But he has a link in his bio, and you can click that, and that's where you can get his book. Okay, and he also has merch there in his Discord and everything. But definitely get the book. SXT does not have military capabilities or whatever you said. That's false. That's not true. It's off-chain data storage, off-chain verifiable data storage. It has military capabilities because it can store things like intelligence for the military. Okay? And it can't be hacked. So it's about data storage. So if you have intelligence and things that you want to keep people from getting access to it, that's its utility that it could have. All I gotta say, I had Flamin' Yawn with Oz. Yeah, dude, I had Octopus. Henry bought me dinner in Vegas. Thank you, Henry. You're awesome, man. Let's see if we can get Mega up here. Everybody coming into the show today. We had a lot of guests today. Let's see here. That's not it. You ready? All right, let me see here. Send a request to co-host. Let me see here. Wish I could just like search. I have it on dual layout, so I can't bring you on as a guest. But or you could just come into my Discord and we could do like a phone call on Discord if you want. That's what I just did with Josh. Yeah, if you can't send a yeah, dude, just hit me up on Discord. Cuz I don't even have your Discord yet cuz my subscription expired. And I didn't subscribe because you haven't been on lately. I'll have to resubscribe though. Yes, space and time. Hopefully it triple bottoms. I'm really hoping. It's free Discord. I don't know why I can't find you on there. My link's in my bio. Oh, you have VIP section. Got you. Henry, thank you for the goat. Appreciate you. My Discord link's in my bio, Mega. I'm still learning Discord, so I know how to make the calls and stuff, but I don't know how to sign up for anybody's or anything. Still learning. Nikki set up my Awakened Mermaid Healer. She set up my Discord and the IT guy as well. They did it together. It's really awesome. There are 3 ships on fire off the coast of the Gulf of Oman. They're saying it may be U.S. ships. Interesting. We'll have to wait because that's something I have to look into, and I want to not report on something until I have the facts on it. SXT capability could theoretically support military or defense applications, but it's not funded. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it could have military capabilities. I never said that it was funded or backed by the U.S. military or any military. I'm just saying that it has military use. Yeah, I never said that it was marketed for military use. I'm just saying that it has military capabilities, which makes me think that it has good potential. It's one of a kind. No other currency has the capabilities it has. There are similar ones, but nothing does off-chain data verification. All right, Rackball. Potato, potato. Let's see, is Mega coming on? Hopefully. And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. And remember, we are also live on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Come check us out there. And if you want any TA on any projects, all you got to do to get that for absolutely free is to come into the chat on Twitch, put it in there, and I will pull up any project you like, or just become a subscriber. You're in there now. Oh, there you are. All right, let's see here. Uh-oh. Join voice. What's going on, Mega?
What's up, man?
Hey, man, just chilling. Glad to hear from you, man. How's life? How's everything going?
It's going good. How's the microphone right now? Is it good?
Yeah,
I think
it
I'm
sounds
gonna
great.
swap microphones. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds great. What kind of mic are you using?
I don't know if it's my AirPod microphone on my headset because I just use my AirPods like an old set I had, or if it's my microphone.
Oh, right on. So tell us about your book, man. I'm really excited to get my copy.
Look, I mean, the whole purpose of this was for me to be able to help people understand just the tactics that are used. I mean, even like my approach into this whole thing since 2017 was, since I've been thrown back and forth by a lot of big players and not realizing I was a target, it's been more of an eye opener over, since 2017 I've been in it. And so just as that's been unraveling, I'm just like, okay, like, so this is what I've learned. So how can I help other people kind of along the same path, and one of the initial things I did was learning technical analysis for the basics, and then I started getting to a little more complex stuff, and then just getting more comfortable with understanding just some basic understanding of where resistance and support is, and all that stuff. And I was like, what if I started to dive deeper into this? So I dove deeper into it, learn more methodologies, tactics, and whatnot. And then I started making videos in November, and it just kind of popped off. And I was like, okay, cool, especially because of XRP. And then what? It's probably like in December. I think it was like December. I was thinking to myself, what if I was to like put together a book, because like I think a lot of people don't realize how much the big players are really kind of moving everything. As much as we want to make a difference as retail buyers and whatnot, or sellers, depending on what our goal is, it's really we're at a disadvantage because they, even though there's fewer of them, there's a lot more coordination with them. Like we can definitely do some damage if we were coordinated as retail, but the truth of it is the only time you really see that is if people are FOMOing in or out. It's not so much coordinated effort. And so I kind of saw that void of people just not understanding what a simple tactic of it, of like a liquidity sweep, or different zones to watch out for. It's the basic things, within technical analysis, where I'm just like, what, this could be something good to kind of like sandwich with it, And so in doing so, it's kind of opened that door up for me to just start putting stuff together. And like I'm straightforward to people. Like look, all these different tactics I've wrote down because I've learned it over the years. I'm not the best writer, so I wrote down all the stuff, and then I use like AI to help me to write it more eloquently because I'm not the greatest writer. And then I rewrote it again, and now it's finally, it's like 46 pages. That's counting like a couple pages intro and whatnot, but it's like 8 chapters of just different tactics that people can be aware of, And so I just put it out there for free or pay what you want and no pressure, just it's there for people. So
Yeah, I noticed that it was for free, but I couldn't just buy it for nothing. So I'll throw something your way for sure.
no,
But I
don't.
gotta get a copy just so I can hold it up here. Be like, the great
Well,
Mega has spoken.
it's digital copy. It's not physical. So
Oh, okay, okay.
okay. So that's also why I was just like, just make it free. But maybe eventually I'll work on like a more revised version, a little more condensed, maybe add some more stuff, add like footnotes and, bigger sections and whatnot. Nicer design, and then do like a second edition type of deal,
Nice. Can you speak on it a little bit, or
Yeah, absolutely.
you want to gatekeep it?
No, no. The whole purpose of it is not to is not to gatekeep. You know what I mean? It's to help people kind of step out of the mentality of just being so. How do I say this? Being stuck in an echo chamber. When you constantly hear the same things over and over again, or if you're only watching your own crypto constantly over and over again, and then you think to yourself, oh, why is XRP not doing anything, or why is ZBEC not doing anything, or why is this one the only one pumping? But then when you step back and you see the bigger picture, you see, oh, it's actually the whole market. It's not necessarily just as one thing. And
Right.
so if it's the whole market, then what's actually moving the whole market? And it just unravels these different questions that I had for myself, at least over the years. And as I dove into those, I was like, dang, like I didn't realize how much of a target I was in this. I'm not just swimming alongside of another big fish. Uh, it's like riding a rodeo. If you're not on the bull, you're going to get charged at. If you're on the bull, it's going to be a wild ride, but at least you're not going to get hit by the horns.
Mhm.
So that's kind of the mentality with it, with that. But there's different sections in it. The first chapter, actually, the introduction talks a little more about it. As much as I want to share like sources and stuff like that, as far as like where I got all this stuff, a lot of this stuff is just common knowledge that you can just search up anywhere. It's nothing like groundbreaking. You know what I mean? It's nothing groundbreaking. I just put it together as far as this and just made a free resource of it. Um, and as far as the different types of tactics that are used, there's many different sources that talk about it. And so that's why I talk about in the intro. It's like, look, if as much as I want to like pinpoint to one specific thing or not, I've learned all this stuff just over years, just like accumulated in my head, and then just kind of just like refreshing here and there, as far as like the different tactics. And a lot of it is pretty much a rinse and repeat of the same type of style or tactic, just a slight tweak or a slight different timing or utilizing a different type of outside influence like news or economics. So I dive into those different things. I would say probably my favorite chapter in it, and these chapters aren't long. It's maybe like a page and a half, 2 pages each or something. But my favorite chapter is probably the last one, where it's just literally the one of the most powerful tools that the whales have. Whales, as in big investors. For those who might not know, one of the biggest tools that they have in their pocket is that they have patience. They can wait. And that's something that a lot of retail can't afford or has never thought of.
Yeah.
Or has struggles with. You know what I mean?
You know, in my coaching that I offer, the first thing that I teach people is patience and FOMO training. Because one is I have, 92 subscribers that are messaging me constantly every day. So I'm like, you have to be patient for me to get to you. But yeah, like everything just doesn't happen right now.
Yeah.
Like when I say, oh, we could potentially see, 163 again, it's not happening tomorrow. We have to be patient. We have to wait and let things happen.
Yeah, yeah, I agree, and that's what I think that's what also jaded me from a lot of the different quote unquote influencers online is, you just hear all these dates. people talking about this, talking about that, and just hype up all these different events. And like today, people are hyping up to 16th, and I'm just like, look, guys, it's like, as much as I would want to be excited, and I'm down for XRP shooting up to the moon, it's until it happens, I'm just gonna just let it go. Just I'll accumulate when it's down, and that's it. But
Exactly.
I think a lot of people get hung up on the dates a lot too. Unfortunately, a lot of people kind of pump them like it's definitely going to happen on this date, and then you get let down, and then that's when retail gets more exhausted.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think about Tuesday, the stablecoin bill? You think that'll make it bullish? Because I think it'll get passed.
Yeah, I mean, by the way it looks like that it will get passed. It has a lot of good momentum behind it, a lot of people pushing it, and it does look like it's going to pass. However, the effect on the market, I mean, I am not personally, I'm if it does something awesome, but I'm not personally like banking a lot on it as far as like an immediate bump. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's going to be good for us, obviously. But as far
definitely.
as in the moment, there might be a flash in the pan type of pump or dump.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little skeptical. Because like, look at the chart
You
here.
there?
Like, it
Not
just
sure.
pumped hard and then came right back down. And so it's like,
Sorry, your voice was cutting out there.
oh, I'm just expecting that whatever we get is probably going to be a little lackluster, even though it's bullish news, I guess. But I really think that long term, the stablecoin bill is probably less bullish than people realize because I think it's the
Hmm.
move toward more of like a CBDC type era for crypto than all these different tokens. But I'll tell you what, like the FOMO is crazy. Someone literally messaged me for my coaching that I offer. One of the things I do is like fact checking, right? Because we have the fact checker here and stuff. And they're like, "Hey,
Yeah.
is this real?" And they sent me an article, and it basically said that the U.S. has come out and stated that it will be replacing the U.S. dollar with XRP. Crazy, right?
Look, I'm down for it.
I'm
Sure,
down
cool, but like,
too, bro. But there's no
I'm
way.
sure we would all benefit from that. But
Yeah, I saw
it's
that and
nuts,
I
man.
was like, oh my God, like this was crazy. But there's a lot of that coming out right now. Ever since Brad said that um, Ripple or XRP could replace like 14% of the Swift, the craziest outlandish things just keep coming to my desk, bro. And I'm just like, no, man, like,
Yeah,
calm down.
yeah. Look, I'm planning to hold for 10, 20 years. Like plus, like I believe in the longevity of it. Now I know not everyone does, or maybe they just want to like exit sooner, which is cool. But look, like that's my goal, and so that's where my aim is visually. I'm visualizing 10, 20 years down the road of just kind of having a game plan in my head of so that I don't step out of line and just FOMO out when I already have a game plan in place. And so that's at least my game plan, right? Not financial advice, and do whatever's best for you. But if you want to leave earlier, that's awesome, Or if you don't believe it's going to go that high, then cool. At least have some sort of game plan in place. And I think that's also part of the reason why I wrote that book is so people actually are understanding like, hey, I'm a target, not necessarily in a terrible way, but I'm a target. And so what's my game plan now? What do I do now that I know this information? You
Right.
know, Same thing with the charts. Now that you know what the resistance and support is, what the potential swing is, the momentum. Now what? What are you gonna do now? And so it kind of just presents to the person the power to make their own game plan. And I think that's more important. A lot of times, people don't really, because I'm sure you have people on here say, "Tell me what to buy, tell me what to sell," or
Yeah.
tell me what to do. If I had $10,000, tell me what to do. And like it's cool, like you offer coaching and stuff like that, which can definitely help a lot. But when somebody doesn't give themselves the benefit of like, hey, there's a lot of power in your choices, and if you sit down and make those decisions not based on just whatever you see online, but also what you've learned, tactics, techniques, understanding of the market, and kind of the psychology behind it. I know you teach a lot about that too. It really does play a role into empowering the person, the individual, to make a better choice for themselves, and they get to own the losses, but they also get to to own the wins. You know, and
Mhm.
that's an awesome part.
Yeah, that's like I had one of the people that I coach. I like SXT. I got faith in it. But it's very new, and I've been very explicit about like, hey, like this could. There's no charting it. It's in uncharted territory. You know what I mean? There's no way of knowing what it's going to do
Yeah.
because it's so new. And
Yeah.
we're hopeful, but like you believe in the project, you don't mind holding on to something because of its potential. But like I've had people there, they come to me, they're like, "Hey man, it's going down right now. I put $10,000 in, and I'm like, oh boy, like I'm like, you can't just throw everything at something because a creator says
Yeah.
they believe in something and expect that to work, because something like that, there's no telling what's going to happen. And I think that part of what's happening with that is a bit of retail, but also I think it's whale manipulation. Whereas, it was released on a pre sale, which pumped the price up. It hit the market, people bought the top on it, and it just keeps going down. And then, every time it goes down, people start buying into it. The whales just keep taking profit because they got it at a pre-sale price. You know,
Yeah.
so I don't know. It's just
Yep.
a bit uncharted, and that's why I try to tell people like don't get into something like that with anything you're not willing to lose because I can do all the TA in the world on it, but it, it's unpredictable. You just got to believe in it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the longevity play is definitely in my pocket most times. You know, and if I'm getting SXT or Zebek or XRP, XLM, XDC, all those different ones that I dive into usually. Um, More some of them recently than others, but I'm I'm diving into them for the long term because like stuff like Zebek or SXT, SXT, I know I can say it. um, they they're like for me they're a long play. You know what I mean? And like getting into those early is like getting into say for instance like XLM early. You know, like when it was
Yeah.
fractions of a penny. So the idea is there of it having some huge growth over time because of the implication of its utility. And I think once you have that in place, it's a little easier, not a lot, it's a little easier to make those choices of whether you're going to get into something or not because you're not basing it off of just hype or community, you know, buy and hold type of mentality with meme coins. You know, it's like cool if you want to do that, that's fine, but it's going to be a flash in the pan. And if price drops, there's no real umph, there's no real significance and you know, the words in my head somewhere, but there's no real backing behind it. You know, to really kind of force it back up
Right. It's
with a
not
utility rather
XRP.
than
It's
yeah,
no
exactly
one
like we were
really knows about
talking
it
about
yet.
before.
That's why I'm like, okay,
Hmm.
I'm going to put a certain amount of money that I'm going to be putting into SXT, but I'm just going to, every time it dips, I'm just going to buy it there. And I'm like you said, longevity, like I'm looking to hold this one for a very long time because obviously it's not going to get its use case this year. It's going to be a while,
Yeah,
5-10 years
and look,
minimum, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with any
yeah,
volatility. I just want to start accumulating it because um, we know that its market cap is low, and its ratio to coin supply is similar to buying XRP at 10 or 12 cents. So when it does get
yeah,
that recognition that it will, um, it'll take off. But I'll tell you what, right now, everyone that I talk to about it, creators, even you, like you didn't know anything about it until I mentioned it. I'll talk to other creators and I'll say, like, hey, I found this coin. I think it's pretty awesome. As soon as they find out the utility, they're like, oh, I'm buying some of this. You know,
exactly.
eventually that's a good sign. Like, eventually that will catch on. But I would say there's only a handful of people that really even know what it is. It's only been out since May 8th. So
Yeah,
Patience.
still fresh, and the price is dropping right now. But for me, that's just I'm just waiting
I
for a good opportunity to grab some
Yeah. I'm wondering
somewhere
if
at those
it's
lower zones.
I'm wondering if it's a triple bottom right now. What do you think?
Yeah, I saw you were looking at that before. It I mean, it looks like it was a double bottom. It's reaching for another one here to retest.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just straight to the side. It's not like it's really creeping upward or downward. That channel that's
Yeah.
kind of in right now.
Which is a good sign that
Um,
it might be going into accumulation zone, you know?
yeah, if we had like a descending on the top, then that would be concerning because then we're getting closer to the sell pressure getting stronger. But as of right now, it looks like it's holding pretty strong just sideways. And if anything, it looks I know it's small, but it looks like it has the slightest increase on the upside and the bottom. You know what I mean?
I agree. And like look at
So
the last time it dropped below the lowest point, that's all wick right there. It's all
yeah,
wick all the way back up to the
John Wick.
yeah, which
Sorry.
it's a good sign, you know, but like we just have to watch it, you know, and be patient. And that's the problem I think that most people have here is the lack of patience. Everyone needs it to happen right now. And it's just not how it works.
So close to a diamond bottom now.
A
It'd be
diamond
nice if it was
bottom?
a diamond bottom.
I mean, it could potentially be one. Actually, that's a good eye.
I mean,
If it drops
it
lower,
has that. Yeah,
and
just I mean, if it might have the same effect as a diamond bottom, but not it might not look like one.
well, look at, I
Um,
mean, this is where I'm at with it. Is it is downtrend all the way since 15 cents. It's just been down, down, down.
yeah.
Eventually, it's going to recover. The question is, will it go back to 15 cents? Probably not, but I could definitely see it going back to 10 cents.
What has it went sideways like this before?
Yeah, kind of
If
right
you look on the
here.
previous movements,
See, it dropped here and then it kind of
yeah, it
ran
looks pretty similar there.
sideways. Then it dropped here. And then I was like, hey, this could be a diamond bottom here. And then
Yeah.
the world blew up and
Oh,
now we're down here.
that's what sent it.
Yeah,
World
because
War Three.
I was like, hey guys, this is indication of a diamond bottom right here. And you know how I call them a little early? I was like, this. It was only to like right about here where it was starting to come up to right here. I was like,
Mm,
this pattern right here, um, where it kind of looks like a Z like that. When it does that,
hmm
that's usually when I see that, that's bullish for me. I see that.
I
XRP
mean, it
did
did
this a
pump up
couple
from there,
times.
but
Yeah, it depends on, you know, this would be like an inverted version of it. Sometimes they're on the top and they bring it down. But this is an indication right here of a diamond top or bottom. And so when I saw that, I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy more of this. And I bought some more. Other people bought way more than I bought. Um, but it just didn't play out like that. And like you were saying,
yeah.
like
I mean, who
whales,
can really expect bombings and stuff and potential wars and stuff? You know what I mean? It's
right?
hard to calculate that into it.
But you also can't expect like you said, like we're a target, right? And so like the whales, no matter how bullish or bearish a pattern can be, they'll use that as a way to manipulate the market so that if it looks like it's about to go bullish, the pattern, everything looks great and lined up, they'll just dump the market, like you said before, just to trigger stop losses.
Hmm Yeah. I mean, th- I think that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand too is we, as being the target of these whales that are trying to, basically scoop up any kind of bags we have, it doesn't matter how we feel. Our feelings are no real part of it as far as like the bigger picture of it. The feelings and the emotions matter when it comes to us making our own moves, like buying and selling and whatnot. But as far as like just because I want something to happen and the market to move and the market to do something, doesn't mean it's going to happen. And I think a lot of
Right.
people feelings for some reason where they think they can like manifest the whole market to just go up. It's like, dude, we got to like reel this back a little bit and understand it more from a perspective of it's not like it's just nature taking course and you don't know how it's going to end up. No, there's actual people and hands behind this moving the market up and down and sideways and everywhere in between. And it's a matter of understanding these different tactics that's going to help a little bit. I mean, just to answer rackball, they said like, so what's the use of kind of doing technical analysis if you're saying that's highly manipulated? And you could say the same thing about, I like to view it like weather forecasting, right? Weather can be highly manipulated by many different factors, but depending on the different locations you're at, the different type of climate, uh, the different types of season, times of year, all those things, whether it's nighttime, daytime, longer days, longer nights, all those play an effect. How fast the wind is blowing, where those, all that plays an effect. And I'm not going to forecast a blizzard in California, in Los Angeles, in the middle of the summer, right? There's different
Exactly.
seasons, and we understand what to expect for the most part. And so when you see these different seasons within crypto, view it like weather forecasting, where it's like, look, we're probably not going to have this type of a weather pattern happen. However, these other ones are still in the question, and these other things can still potentially happen. And so it's allowing you to at least have the mentality of understanding, hey, if it's going to rain tomorrow or the next day, I'm at least going to bring an umbrella with me. You know what I mean? I'm not going to I'm gonna have that in the back of my mind as far as like, hey, it's supposed to rain today, or at least there's like a 30% chance of rain. So I'm gonna have an understanding of like, it might not happen, but there is a chance. And that's the way I like to look at technical analysis. Is you're not going to get it right 100% of the time, but what you're doing is you're giving yourself the edge beyond a lot of other people within the market just by understanding some basic things.
Yeah.
So just to throw it out there.
One thing that I teach is there's only two things that people need to become a profitable trader. And one is having a strategy that works for you. You have to find something that works for you. Everyone's situation is different, everyone's bags are different sizes. You have to find that strategy that works for you. Okay. And like that's with what I offer with my coaching is it's specific to the person. It's not a blanket thing that I throw over everybody. I ask questions and figure out what their situation is, and we come up with a strategy for them, right? But like you said, you can't be 100% on this. Most people say that I'm about 95%. I think I'm probably more like 90, 83%, somewhere around there. But those are good numbers. If you can find a strategy that's 75% effective, you're going to do well. But the other thing that you need is control of your emotions. You have to put a plan into
100,
place and stick to it.
yeah.
And
Otherwise, then it doesn't matter what you planned.
yeah, and everyone's going to make a mistake here and there. I make them too. Um, and you can't just put all your faith into a creator or a TA guy or whatever, and just expect it to always work out what you hoped, because it's a numbers game. It's averages.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people fail to realize that it's not an exact science. It's an educated guess. And, we do our best here, but I'll tell you what, the stress that comes along with, like when it was just myself, like, yeah, it was a little bit stressful and I'd lose sleep over it. But now, man, like, it's like I have this pressure to be perfectly accurate because I was just perfectly accurate for so many months now, and trying to explain to people that I'm due for a mistake. You know what I mean? I'm due. It's going to happen. And people don't understand how this works. They don't understand that there's that factor. But
Yeah.
even in the mistakes, there's still money to be made and you can recover from things very quickly. It's getting control of those emotions and having the game plan for when things do go wrong, that you know what to do.
Yeah. I think one of the things that I've taken, I took this like, it was like emotional intelligence classes way back, like 10 years ago. I took these classes, and it really kind of helped me just like overall dealing with like, personal trauma and stuff I've dealt with in life and stuff. But one of the things that I really pulled from it that kind of ingrained in me, and it's nothing like groundbreaker or anything like that, but it's just that everything that you're experiencing or that you see is information. That's all it is. How you react to that is now the question. You know what I mean? Like how you now process that data is what kind of will give you your path forward of what you're going to do with it. And so the same thing with whether it's everyday life stuff, whether it's TA, all those different types of things. If we have a flutter in chat, so you're okay with hearing?
Yeah.
Oh goodness. Well, here's my just a little side note here, Rackball. Your time is something you can never get back, right? Your time is your biggest investment in life. So if you think that this stuff is BS, then why are you wasting your most precious resource and material that you can never regain on just being here and being upset about it? Why not put it into something that can do better for you? You know what I mean? So,
I
just a
feel like
side note.
I feel like we should bring him up on the show and let him talk. Let's ask him a couple questions.
I do that sometimes, but I don't know. I
I
think
learned
some
that from
people
you, man.
are upset, whatever. I appreciate it.
You know,
I
funny
multitask.
story. You can
That's
go
funny.
back into some of our first conversations. There's one time where I reached out to you and I was just like, "Hey, man, I need to talk to you. I got a question for you." And before you responded, I ended up catching your live like an hour later, right? So I'm in the live, and you had that guy come on that was giving you a hard time or whatever, and you brought him on, and we're like, hey, like let's talk about this,
Oh yeah.
and
Had a
this
few of
was
those.
yeah, this was when I was first starting out, and the the people would it was starting to get to me for the first time. And the reason I reached out to you was because I was like, I was going to ask you, like, hey, man, like, how do you deal with this? Like, what do you do? Like, because you're like my mentor. So, in this
I
space
appreciate the kind
on
words.
TikTok and everything. So, I'm like, how do you deal with people like this? And when I say mentor, as not just TA, but also as a creator. Um, so, I was going to ask you that. And literally, the that like an hour before or after I asked you to reach out to me, that happened in the live, and you basically answered everything I needed to know was in that live, and I was like, okay, like I know what I need to do to, and now I do that. Like if somebody um wants to come on and wants to argue about something, I'm like, you know, first of all, it makes for the best content. And second of all, it's important that we don't hate each other because we have difference of opinions. We need to give
Yeah.
people the opportunity to explain themselves, give them a platform and let them talk, and not don't attack them, don't um nothing against them or anything, but hear what they have to say. And just like the one you had on, by the end of the conversation, they were they changed their mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because everyone's tough behind a keyboard, but when your
Yeah.
voice is being heard and the whole community is watching, um, it kind of changes and humbles people a little bit. So I just
I
want to thank
yeah.
you for that, because I learned that from you.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah. I mean, the mentality here is, um, in those moments when I have people that are disagreeing with me, it's like I I do have that initial feeling of like kind of just like that cringe of like, how do I respond to this? Like, and do I just like time them out? Do I block them? Do I just like let them keep talking? And if they're respectful, like as far as like, they disagree, but they're also not being a jerk at the same time, you know what I mean? Then cool, whatever. Express yourself, and that's fine. And come up and chat too. But as soon as they start to like call names or try to, just make somebody say false things about people that aren't true, then that's when I'm just like, okay, then obviously they're just angry or don't know how to really express themselves. And one of the things that I think I felt the feeling while I was bringing the person up. Was I part of me felt bad because I was like, I do have this influence, and I don't want to use it to make the person feel like they're an idiot. You know what I mean? I don't want them to feel like they're dumb.
Yeah.
I just want them to at least have a communication and a platform to talk. And let's communicate this. I'm sure you're not the only one feeling this, so let's see, what you're thinking. Maybe some other people feel the same way, and you're able to express it on their end, and we're able to have a dialogue and conversation about it. And for me, it's like I'm trying to approach it as if I'm talking to, a sibling or something like that, or somebody who, is a professional work relationship. You might not get along with everyone at work, but let's try to figure out what our common grounds are, and let's go from there. And it really has helped a lot. And I would say, like probably 3 out of 4 times or something like that. Just a random number I just came up with. 3 out of 4 times, I would say it definitely works as far as like helping us to at least not to be argumentative and to understand like kind of like where we're coming from. And then the other time I remember having somebody up and they just kept on saying like all this stuff and basically putting down I forget if it was just like technical analysis, but also like XRP, other projects, and just other things. They just were just kind of going on, and they seemed fine during the conversation on the audio, but as soon as they stepped down, then went right back into their old ways. And I was like, all right, I gave you the opportunity here. We talked for 15 minutes, and they said I talked over them the whole time, and I was literally quiet most of the time. It was just such a weird
I remember that.
situation, and I was like, all right, and that's when I blocked them, because I was like, all right, there's no winning in this, and you're not trying to resolve or at least be friendly with it.
I don't block them
So
anymore. I let them go. I let them do their thing, and as long as I'm not
engagement.
getting flagged, they're not getting blocked. But as soon as somebody's like that, I take a mental note of their name, so
Mhm.
that way, if I do start getting flagged, I know who it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. It's unfortunate. You're gonna have people that take this precious thing that they have, which is their time, their efforts, whether they multitask or not. Is not geared just towards you, Rack. But regardless of your time is precious, and you can't get that back. You're going to be looking back years from now and be like, why the heck did I even argue with these people online about something that made no difference? You know what I mean? And I think a lot of people just don't realize that in the moment for some reason. I know for myself, it's very easy to have that initial moment of a knee jerk reaction or emotion. But honestly, when you step back and you realize like, so what else are you gonna do? It's like, okay, report this or do this or do that, but then you're gonna get your own account banned.
Yeah.
Once they figure out that you're doing it on purpose. There's records of everything online. So
Yeah, there is. I don't know. I think you had the best way of handling it though, and I was just really appreciative of learning that from you.
thanks,
Uh,
man.
looks like Brook Odyssey and Mother of Dragons are in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
Hello.
Brooke, are you still
I
coming
actually do
on the
gotta get
show?
going if you want to. If you want to have her up, I do have to get going anyway.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you coming on, man. Don't forget to go follow Mega and check out his book for sure. And he's got Discord as well.
Appreciate it, man. I
All right.
appreciate you having me up, and it was a nice conversation. And hopefully, people are able to take something from it to think.
Yeah,
Let the
of course,
noggin
man.
start to move.
You're always welcome here, man. You know that.
Appreciate it, man. You
All
have a
right,
good
take
night.
care.
I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye. Mega Crypto, guys. Love that guy. He's amazing. Definitely my favorite creator. All right, let's get into some of the news. Brooke, we got to have you on the show. I think you're next month. Brooke should be coming on the show. We have her scheduled. I'm excited for it. I have not gotten the flyer together yet, though. But I'm super excited to have Brooke on the show. She's a great creator as well. Make sure you follow her. Yeah, Mega's just awesome. Great, great guy. All right, so Israel hits More Iranian military targets. Iran retaliates on fourth day of conflict. Let's listen to what they got to say about it.
Support for WAMU's live stream comes from the Capital Area Food Bank. 1 in 3 people in the DMV lives with hunger. They tell their stories at hungerishere.org.
It's not about nuclear power, but regime change.
Send in the clown. A Holocaust researcher gets the rare chance to see footage from Jerry Lewis's
this isn't
son.
it. Never mind. My mistake. Israel and Iran traded more deadly strikes earlier Monday as the conflict between the two countries entered its fourth day, raising concerns that the region has headed towards a wider Middle East conflict. The Israeli military said it precisely struck command centers belonging to Iran's Quds Force, an elite military and intelligence arm of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Overnight, killing 4 officials, including the head of the IRGC's intelligence organization. It's confirmed the strike would mark the latest blow in a string of hits on Iran's military power since Israel launched its surprise attack last week, targeting the country's nuclear capabilities. Israel considers Iran's nuclear program to be a direct threat to its national security. This is a big deal, man. Like, Trump says that we're not going to get involved and that they're going to make a deal right away. I just don't see it, man. Let me tell you what's happening, okay? When in history, whenever there's a global financial or power change, which is what is happening, it's a financial change, but it's a power change as well. Especially financial, war erupts. It's happened every time in history, okay? And we are having a global shift financially into this new space of cryptocurrency and digital assets. And with that comes hot war. And tensions are high. And basically, it's a fight to see who is going to rule the realm, who is going to stand on top, who will be the leader in the forefront of all of this. And where allegiances lie, and so on and so forth. So if you're expecting these things to resolve overnight, think again. This is just the beginning. We're just getting into it, and this will be long and drug out. Hopefully it doesn't become something that, drags our children into war. TikTok sellers, start polishing your boots, because if it gets hot, man, expect the draft and all these things. I don't want to be doom and gloom about this, but like, we need to be prepared for the idea that this is real happening, and it's not the way they're portraying it, because they're portraying it as, oh, this is going to be dealt with. We're just gonna get through this, and they're gonna make a deal and all this stuff. Don't expect that, okay? Like, Donald Trump's trying to fight this war with deals, okay, with a pen, and I think that that's great, because that's better than having a hot front. But at the same time, don't be naive. History doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes, so hopefully it is cold. But be prepared for the potential of, hot war on U.S. soil. It could definitely happen. And Iran is already claiming that they believe that the U.S. had a hand in what Israel did in the first attack, and possibly saying the same thing about this new attack. But they're directly blaming us. And whether that's true or not, they believe it, And I believe they're trying to rope everybody into a world war. Trump ain't going to play though. Well, I know, but you know, we also have to entertain the possibility because the US does these things where they have these operations where no, they didn't have a hand in it, but they facilitate in making things happen. So it is possible that we had a hand in it, and I think that's why Iran is claiming it. But even if they didn't, they may feel that that's the case and drag us into it. But I'll tell you what, if we get drug into it, it is World War III. It's Russia, China, Iran, Israel, the EU, Ukraine, Taiwan, Japan. It's everybody. Everybody is in on this one. This will be really, really bad. So don't be naive to think that these things can't happen because they've already happened twice. Okay? And history just keeps on repeating itself. We never learn from our mistakes. Yes, wars and rumors of wars. Exactly. Exactly. And everything, just like Mega said, rumors of wars, all of these are predictions of the end times. Okay. Whether you believe in these things, okay, or not, there are other people that do, and they make decisions based off of it, which self-manifests these things to happen. Whether you believe in it or not, these things are happening. And you can't just be turned off to the idea just because you don't believe in something. And if you do believe, then you know you understand what is coming. It's just math. These things are going to keep happening. Things are changing. The whole world is becoming a surveillance state, okay? And the direction we're headed is, like we talked about before, the slight edge, you know? And we're walking along a sharp edge right now, and all it takes is one false move to fall off the edge. And right now we are walking that fine line and kind of teetering back and forth, losing our balance. So the fact that someone would think that these things are not a big deal or whatever, they don't understand how things work and just how fine the line is and how easy it is to slip off the other side, because one thing leads to another. And we're seeing it. It's happening all over the world. AI and war is terrifying. I know, right? And that's a whole nother can of worms, is the whole AI thing, and the potentials of the direction that's going. I firmly believe that we are marching straight towards a police state, surveillance state, dystopian 1984 reality. That's just where we're headed. Okay? If it happens, crypto will drop hard. Not necessarily. What we've learned from history is that war, even world wars that we've had in the past, it creates volatility, but the markets usually recover quickly. But yes, it will drop hard, but then it will recover hard too. So there's money to be made in times like this, and I would say that it would be in your best interest to make money and have resources in this kind of time, because that's how you isolate yourself from it. And that's what we're all trying to do. We are literally in a trade war and massive inflation and everything that's going on in the world. So everybody wants to invest into crypto because they want to make money to isolate themselves from those problems. That's the whole purpose, is isolation from having to deal with certain problems. But with more money comes more problems. So who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? But we should, understand that with these things happening all over the world, yes, it is going to create volatility, and it could, crush your dreams of a super cycle or an alt season or whatever it is. We have to be prepared for these possibilities. Is it actually going to happen? We don't know. We don't know. We have to be open to the idea that these are potential and likely. I would say more than just potential, but more likely now with everything going on. Look at the United States is basically the world police, the end all be all, has been for a very long time, right? Well, now we're going into World War, Civil War, and this is spells for disaster, okay? And think about it. The United States has been around for 250 years next year. And basically every country turns into an empire and then crumbles after about 250 years. So July 4th, 2026 will be 250 years on the dot. We are at the cusp of it. It is happening right now. And for you to think that could never happen, think again. Because if there is going to be a one world government, if there is going to be all these things that are prophesied, or just what the government wants is total control, if these things are to come to pass, it's going to happen very soon. The end is now. It's happening right now. It's unfolding in front of you. It can definitely be our lifetime. I think it's going to be sooner than our lifetime. It's going to be very soon. It's happening now. It's not going to happen. It's happening right now. It is unfolding. Okay? It's like a letter, okay? All right? The letter has been written, it's been sealed in an envelope, it's had a stamp put on it, it's been mailed to its destination, it's been received, okay? And the letter has been opened. Now we are unfolding the letter, okay? We are unfolding, and it is unfolding in front of us. And once it's unfolded, it will be read, and that's what it will be. Everything is taking place. Buy toilet paper? Yeah, I would say maybe more than that. And we can't talk about these things on TikTok of what to prepare for, but I'll tell you what, maybe we'll do a last little segment on Twitch exclusively. What happened with the White Rock situation? That's a good question. I'm still working on it. These things don't just unfold overnight, just like White Rock. That's a good title, Folding the Letter. Yeah. So, just like the world unfolding, White Rock, the whole story is still unfolding. And I'm not going to divulge any information until I have all the facts, because the more I'm holding on to the information I found, the more information I'm able to gather. All right, let's do a little TA. Let's look at Bitcoin. Did I purchase White Rock? No. Honestly, I didn't know anything about it, and I knew a little bit about it, but I didn't really pay it any mind until everything started happening. Now I know about it. These are old. All right, Josh, what are you seeing? Last 5 minutes? Like in the 1 minute time frame or the 5 minute time frame? You talking about this? Right here? This would be an ascending channel, which is bearish. So that would indicate downward movement. See, we had a double bottom here. It hit resistance. It's forming a bear signal. It could come down. Will it though? I think it could potentially not and go up because with the stablecoin bill coming out tomorrow they're going to vote on it. You buy the rumor, sell the news. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. But there is a potential that if the stablecoin bill gets passed, it may not be a sell the news scenario. Ethereum is pumping too, huh? Or are you joking with me? A little bit. Yeah, Ethereum's got a little something going on. But it looks similar. This is a similar pattern right here. This is like an ascending, broadening wedge. Bearish. But it could go up all the way to the blue line, before it happens. Say, maybe it's more like that. Maybe it's a rising channel. PJ, you got to become a deluxe subscriber. Or actually just a subscriber. If you want to yell out a TA. Or you got to put it in the chat on Twitch. Because we're moving over to Twitch for a Twitch exclusive here. I am just Z-backed out. Have I spoken about SXT yet? Yeah. So here's the thing. Oh, Henry. I was wondering. Oh, Henry wants me to look at CTF and FLR. Sorry about that, Henry. I got distracted. My bad. Let's look at those for Henry real quick. CTF and FLR. I'm sorry, Henry, I got distracted. Crypto trading fund? Is that correct? Sounds right. Does that look like the right one to you? That. Is this the right one, Henry? All right. It looks flatlined. But I'll tell you what, this right here is a bullish signal. So it could potentially pump at some point. That would take it up to 0.4399, 0.44. But in the 1 day, look at that completely flat line of support right there, and then just find it is the most bearish indication ever. When it's just flat like that, it's trying to break down. That's a hard one to tell because it's just so, it's pretty volatile. That's a cool looking chart though. How long has it been out? September. That's why. If it pumps up again, it's only going to go. The absolute top on this thing is like 49.50. Or it's going to meet heavy resistance. Look, it tried to before and it just got denied, but it looks like it's gearing up for a retest. So I would say that it seems like this one's ready for a reversal. It's been trending down for a very long time, and it just got a hard dump, and it looks like it might be moving into reversal. 100K likes, let's go. Look at the market cap and supply. Jesse, can you look up the market cap and supply for CTF USDT? Today was pretty cool. We had a lot of guests come on today. That was nice. I like having people on the show. It's not really something we do a lot, but when we do, I really enjoy hearing other people's perspectives and talking about different topics. Yes, I got you on SXT Mother Dragons. Can you tell me, Jesse, the market cap and coin supply of CTF? Let me know when you're ready and I'll mic you in. There was another one that Henry wanted to look at. And then Mother Dragons is next. What was it? FLR. Thank you, Henry. I was looking for it in the chat. I could not find it. All right, I'm going to mic you in now. Go ahead, Jesse.
Okay, the current market capitalization of crypto trading fund is approximately 1.85 million USD. Some sources slightly higher figures with 1.88 million. Circulating supply is 4.7 million tokens. Total supply is around 120 million tokens. The maximum supply is reported to be 120 million.
That's why it's so. What was the market cap again?
The market cap, what do you mean? Like it's 1.88 million.
Dude, that is low supply and low market cap. Good eye, Henry. Thank you, Jesse. Dude, that's why it's so volatile. Yeah. I'm going to look into that. I might buy some of that. Jesse, can you tell us the utility of that coin? Let me know when you're ready. I'll mic you in. FLR looks like a Head and Shoulders, man. All right. Go ahead, Jesse.
A tool specifically designed to assist in solving cryptography challenges within the Capture the Flag competitions is called CTF. It is a Python-based utility that focuses on breaking cryptographic text often found in CTF challenges. It aims to simplify the process of solving these challenges by automating the process of trying various known cipher decoding methods, even for ciphers without explicit keys. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Good eye, Henry. So if this is a Head and Shoulders, I'd say it could potentially come down to a penny and a half. Oh, this isn't it? You said FLR was the ticker? Flare? Oh, trading coin fund. Yeah. I got that one. I'm looking up the other one for you, Flare. You wanted Flare too, right? Oh, Jesse was mistaken. Oh, Jesse, that's a different coin. Crypto trading fund coin. Can you look up crypto trading fund coin and its utility? What's up, B? Let me know when you're ready, Jesse. So, Henry, did you see Flare? Flare looks like it's coming down. I'd say that this is a Head and Shoulders. It's a bit wonky. However, it's this descending channel, this little one right here. It could potentially pump and break. It's a little out of structure. Hey B, how you doing? Did you guys see we made the donation to the Save a Warrior Foundation? So we raised another $75 last month. And we were able to do it without paying any fees. So 100% of the donations went to the Save a Warrior Foundation. And that's why you want to give to the show. Because if you give, you're helping support the show, but you're also helping support these charities that we pick out. And because we're locked in with Save a Warrior now, we're not paying any processing fees. And if you were to give individually, you would have to pay these processing fees. So this is awesome. I'm really excited. That's 2 months in a row we raised $75. And, it makes me happy because I feel like we're actually doing something here. We're making a difference. We can talk crypto all we want, but helping the community, helping others, that's what it's all about. Henry, thank you for, oh wow, there's a whole bunch. Henry, thank you for the goat. Revolution, thank you for the hey there. PJ, thank you for the rose. PJ, thank you for the heart me. Marco, thank you for the heart me. TikTok seller, thank you for the rose. Henry, thank you for the 10 goats. Rihanna, thank you for the rose. And B, thank you for the 7 roses. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's really amazing what we can do here. Henry, this one is iffy. Look, I feel like it's a Head and Shoulders though. It's a bit wonky, but it could be a Head and Shoulders. It's a little out of structure. Oh, wow, you guys are awesome. Simon, thank you for the 10 journeys. Kodak, thank you for the chili pepper. Simon, thank you for the 5 journeys. Rihanna, thank you for the journey. And Kodak, thank you for the puff heart. Appreciate you. Let's see here. Let's see if we can get one of these. Can we get a swan? Who's got me with a swan? CTF rewards Amazon. and Dubai and XRP. Okay. Sorry, man. I don't know if Jesse heard me, but thank you for clarifying that. Jesse, can we get a fact check, please, on CTF? Does CTF facilitate with rewards for Amazon and Dubai and XRP? Can you hear me? Maybe the audio went out. We want the utility of the crypto trading fund. The one that you pulled up was the wrong one. Simon, thank you for the swan. Appreciate you. Oh, you're answering in the chat? You don't want to just say it over the mic so everyone can see? Hey, Oz, CTF is built on the XRPL. Really? That's I heard a crypto trading fund before, and I think I already knew that. Okay, go ahead, Jesse. Sorry, I didn't. I was doing TA, and the chat's flying right now. Go ahead.
Okay. The crypto trading fund utility, paying for trading fees. CTF tokens can be used to pay for trading fees on the crypto trading fund platform, often at the discounted rate compared to others using, compared to using other cryptocurrencies. Accessing premium features, holding CTF tokens can grant users access to premium trading features, advanced analytics tools, and potentially other benefits within the ecosystem. Enabling algorithmic trading. The CTF token is integrated with the Crypto Hopper automated trading platform, allowing users to participate in automatic trading across various exchanges without needing advanced coding knowledge. And you can stake it.
Oh, yeah. You can stake it. Let me tell you right now, anything that can be staked is good. All right. Yeah, I'll do syrup in a minute. I got to do mother dragons. I'm thinking 1.5 cents on Flare. See, Mother Dragons wanted one. What did she want? Where is it at? I lost it. Forget what she wanted. Mother Dragons, you still there? Can you put it back in the chat what you wanted? Oh, SXT. SXT. So there's a potential that SXT is a triple bottom and it recovers. Okay. It's been in a downtrend since 15 cents. So it could potentially pump to 8 to 9 cents.
He's saying it's wrong, but this is trading fund, correct?
Yeah.
That's what it says. So is it not crypto trading fund? Is it something different? Because
check the partnerships on it.
You asked me for utility.
I think he's
for something specific.
Google what you said. CTF is with Walmart as well.
So something very specific. We're not looking at utility.
I guess not. I think what he's looking at is partnerships. It's easier just to Google what you said. CTF is with Walmart as well. Is that what? Oh, Google CTF token, Dubai properties, Amazon, and XRP. CTF token, Dubai properties, Amazon, and XRP. All right, so yeah, Mother Dragons, I think we're going to pump to either 8 or 9 cents, possibly come back down from there, and it'll have a new bottom. It could potentially fall lower, but I think everything's about to get a recovery.
Oh, potential. It's not real. That's why I couldn't find any. It's a potential use of XRP. Nothing's definitive.
Is it?
The news came out on X, but people don't realize X isn't news. But they are choosing. Looks like they're choosing XRP Ledger to move forward. But nothing's been set in stone that I can find off of reliable sources.
Okay, so it's just rumored. It's just rumored. So there's no verified anything on the CTF. Kodak, thank you for the ice cream cone. And Kodak, thank you for the dolphin. Appreciate you. Who's got me with a galaxy? Let's see if we can do a galaxy. All right. But yeah, SXT should have bounced here at the double bottom, but it could be a triple bottom. Let's hope. All right, someone else had one. Syrup. I don't think we're going to get into the Twitch only. That's fine. We can always cover things later. Syrup. Ooh. Is that the right one? Simon, that is syrup, huh? That's doing nicely. I would say that right now it's at that 5.4, 5.5 level. Okay. You're definitely going to want to take some profits there. Because that's a psychological zone. 5.5, 4.4, 3.3, all those are psychological zones. 007, those are all psychological zones. Let's go into a lower time frame though and see if it's about to pump first. Interesting. It could be forming a diamond top right now. So it would potentially pump up more. But see how it like kind of curves and then it gets like this? It could potentially pump up here, but I would say that this is turning into a diamond top. And diamond top is bearish. Obviously, we don't have enough to know, but I would say that that's a diamond top. That would take it down to 50 cents, maybe 49, and it could potentially go lower, or it recovers from there and continues to pump. We just got to wait. But it looks like it's got more in the tank. I think 0.555. That's where I would get out at. Or take profits. Maybe leave a little bit in for a moonbag, but it's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Doing well. Glad you're making some money on that one. What was the big dumper about? The world is crumbling. Sith Lord, thank you for the rose. Appreciate you. Who's got me with a galaxy? Let's see if we can get this galaxy. And don't forget to send a heart me. If you haven't sent a heart me yet, send a heart me and 2 popular votes. That helps. Simon, thank you for the galaxy. Appreciate you, buddy. Let's do a heart me. D-Mac, thank you for the heart me. Who's got me with a heart me? The heart me's help the show dramatically, especially right now. We need to get more heart me's than we've ever gotten before. So if you haven't sent a heart me, even if it's not on the goal, we need to get heart me's flowing in like crazy. Simon, thank you. Yeah, for the next month, like everybody needs to send a heart me every live. And this is going to be amazing for the show. Yeah, wars are going on, Evan, and that's why we're dumping pretty hard. If you haven't sent a daily Heart Me yet, join the Heart Me Club and collect your points as well. So when you send a Heart Me and then you chat and send gifts and likes and stuff, you get points back for that, and you enter up the ranks, so you get free gifts to send, I believe, sometimes. So that way you can send gifts without paying out of pocket. D-Mac, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for the popular vote. Seamont with the level up sparks. Thank you so much. Yeah, those daily Heart Me gifts and the level up gifts are like the best thing you can send right now. And if you don't want to send anything more, popular votes, those are phenomenal for helping the show with boosting in the algorithm. Appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Anybody else got a heart me for me? We need heart me's. I need all the heart me's, all the level ups, the sparks. And don't forget, we have the Ozthecryptogoat shirts. As you can see, I'm wearing mine right now. Pretty awesome, right? We have the mugs as well. And we have stickers and all kinds of other stuff. The link to get the merch is in my Discord, and the Discord link is in my bio. They reset in 10 minutes for the East Coast. Oh, nice. TikTok's getting banned in 3 days. I don't know. My agent says that it's not happening. So we'll see. But that could... Nothing's confirmed. Nothing is confirmed. Hopefully I can get my stream keys before it happens, because then I can still go live. I can just use a proxy server or something. We'll see what happens. All right, let's see here. Is there anything else we should be covering? And here are our shirts and merchandise right here, guys. So you can get the mugs, you can get the shirt like I'm wearing. And let me tell you, your coffee just tastes better with the goat on it. I'm telling you, the best cup of coffee you're ever gonna have. Get yourself one. And the stickers, this is my favorite sticker right here. I love this one. Yeah, I know it has nothing to do with the CryptoGoat, but I think it's great. And so we put it on a sticker. 100K likes, let's go. Thank you guys so much. And you know what? We're probably going to run over a little bit on the live because I paid for 4 hours of promotion, but I think I did it a little bit late. So I think we have a little bit more time for promotion. Let's see here. Oh, it was completed. All right. We had good viewership today too. And you know what? The promotion paid for itself because we got new subscribers. So that ended up working out. Simont. Wow. Francesca, thank you for the heart me. Francesca, thank you for the 3 popular votes. And Simont, thank you for the 50 popular votes. Appreciate you. Let's do a galaxy. Who's got a galaxy for me? Yeah, Beer Gator, right? You sent one already? Yeah, dude, if you already sent one, chill. There's plenty of other people that can help out, man. You don't feel obligated like you have to do everything, okay? But, you know, we are trying to grow the show exponentially. So, I got you. Hold on. Welcome to the team. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Crypto Trey is awesome. If you haven't followed Crypto TV with Trey, give him a follow, man. Great guy. He's on our creator network. Don't worry about that. I didn't mean it like that. No, no worries, man. I'm glad Francesca made it into the live. Better late than never. Appreciate it. And if you haven't sent a heart me yet, send a heart me. Let's see here. Oh, and I still have a ticket to Rare Evo. So I'm trying to get someone to come with. Let me know if you're interested. And don't forget, we're live Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. What else? I think that's it. And, you know, check this out. So, make sure you send your daily heart me's every live. We're in the top lead boards right now. And the daily heart me's are the best way to support the show, followed by 2 popular votes. This helps the show exponentially in getting in the FYP. Sorry I'm late, Oz. Justin prepared me for anything, dinner and dessert, followed by wine and a movie. Oh, that's great. Don't worry about it. You don't have to be here every time. I'm just giving you a hard time. What's the deal about Trump filing for what? What do you mean? Trump filed for something? I don't know what you're talking about. But let me know a little more information and we'll do a fact check. Crypto TV with Trey, thank you for the Galaxy. Neo, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. All right, let's do a new goal here. Let's do a let 'em cook. How about a let 'em cook? Just one, nothing crazy. Yeah, dude. Crypto TV with Trey. Send me a DM and let's set up having you on as a co-host for the show. Crypto TV with Trey. Thank you for the let 'em cook. Appreciate you, man. But yeah, let's get you on the show. We're booked out till mid-August. I think I have the last Friday in August available. We're pretty booked, but if somebody cancels, I'll let you know for sure. All right, we got a helmet. Let's see if we can do the helmet. I know Crypto TV with Trey likes the helmets. Yeah, make sure you guys go and follow Crypto TV with Trey and send him a helmet, man. He's all into like racing and stuff. He likes getting the helmets. So let's take one last look at XRP before we go. Yeah, no problem, bro. I appreciate you too, man. Let's look at a lower time frame on XRP. Oh, XRP is coming down. Wait, no, it might be going up. Maybe we'll see 230 again or 235. That's hard to say. I don't know. It kind of looks like a cup and handle now. It's a bit of a drop, but that could be a cup and handle. Keep an eye on this. I would say everything's going to be a bit bullish because of the stablecoin bill getting voted on tomorrow. And if it doesn't get passed, expect bad things in the market. But if it does get passed, I think this is one instance that might not be a buy the rumor, sell the news. It might just remain bullish. But also the moon cycle, that's the day the planets align with the moon. Whether you believe it or not, some people do, and if people believe it to be true, it makes it real. Just in, U.S. Trump media SEC registration for Bitcoin Treasury is officially effective. Interesting. Yeah, but are they accumulating any? Jesse, can you do a fact check on that? Trump's media's SEC regulation for Bitcoin Treasury is officially effective. And is it just the same thing we already knew, the Bitcoin reserve? And are they accumulating or are they just have a reserve? Let me know when you're ready, Jesse. Henry, we already looked that one up. Okay. Let me get Jesse to look this one thing up and then we'll do it one more time. Because it is 9 o'clock. I'll tell you what, Henry. It's those three things. All right, I'll look into it. It is 9 o'clock, though. Jesse might have already clocked out. Jesse, are you still with us? Crypto Slayer, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Hey, it's 9 o'clock. If you're on the East Coast, you can send a new heart me. Oh, thank you, Francesca. We love you too, Francesca. You're amazing. Yeah, the Bitcoin one, there's a lot to read through. All right, I'll bring you on.
There is stuff in here, but I have to read like at least 10, 12 pages to be completely up to date on what they're talking about. That's what I was saying, but it said that the approval clears the way for the company to proceed with its plans to incorporate Bitcoin into the financial operations, which is the overall, but there's a lot to read into about it.
All right, we'll cover that story tomorrow. So send that article to me, and I'll cover it on the show tomorrow. Can you look up for Henry real quick? He wants you to Google DMAC properties and CTF on the XRP ledger. So DAMAC properties and CTF on the XRP ledger. Henry says Jesse for president. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me. And TikTok seller, thank you for the 2 popular votes. Appreciate you. Let me know when you're ready, Jesse, and I'll bring you on. So this will be the last one. Last one of the night. Oh, I'm tired. Some days I just want to quit. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so the project that he's talking about, the properties, a prominent luxury real estate developer in Dubai has partnered with crypto trading fund to leverage the XRP ledger for real estate related transactions and rewards, which means they're going to be going through the XRP ledger. I finally found it.
Awesome. What's up, Jay?
It'll start on the 23rd of June. People who pay using Bitcoin or Ethereum will receive a reward in CTF tokens.
Gotcha.
The XRP ledger is for its speed, low transaction cost, and transparency to facilitate this rewards program. Did I find the right one, Henry?
It sounds like it. How's it going, Jay? I think you got it, Jesse. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was it. Bought XRP this morning because something is brewing. I think you're right. And I think what's brewing is the stablecoin bill. So the stablecoin bill is, it's going to make things a little bit bullish, you know? But is it going to get XRP to break structure? I don't know. We'll have to watch it. But Tuesday, Wednesday will tell us all. But we could go up to 240. I'd even say 245, 247 and still be in structure. And that's quite a bit of ways up. The CTF token is the reward token. Ah, now that makes sense. Man, viewership was great today. Hey, mate, what time does your show start? We are live Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. There it is right there. That's our schedule. Don't miss the show. We'll be on tomorrow and for the rest of the week. There's only 4 mil circulating. Every time you do a transaction, they give you 0.5 CTF. Interesting. It's kind of like gas rewards. Like when you purchase gas on a credit card, you get 5% cash back. So Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we are here. $0.40 a token. That's not bad. The Bitcoin card, right? All right, see you tomorrow. All right, everyone, have a good night. I will see you later. Yeah, no problem, man. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh, Seamont with the helmet. And TikTok seller with the 21 roses. Thank you guys. Sorry, I'm really tired. I haven't slept in a couple of days. So I'm really just burnt out. That's why I was saying like, oh, I'm going to quit. First of all, I will never quit. Okay. Never. But yeah, I'm just super tired. I have not slept in days. And I'll tell you what, I could fall asleep in this chair right now. Okay. And I would sleep. But as soon as I get up and I walk and I go and I get in bed, as soon as I get in bed, can't sleep no more. Done. Yeah. Francesca be doing the sleep lives though. I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna do a sleep live. If you want me to wake up, you gotta send a galaxy. All right, I'm ready to go for tomorrow. You don't do the sleep lives? I thought you did the sleep lives. So there's lives where you go live and you just sleep. I thought that was you. Maybe I got you mixed up with someone else. I'll tell you what. Paying for the promotion for the live was actually worth it. Because we got 10 subscribers at $10 a piece. So that's $100, but I only get half of that. So that's $50, but I paid $50 for promotion. So it basically didn't cost anything. Fix the music. What do you mean fix the music? I'm going to go to bed, or at least try to. Tuned on live cut and Mike played music. Oh, what? All right, yeah, you're done. You can go home. Good night, Jesse. I'll take your mic. Jesse's going home. Everyone say bye, Jesse. Bye. Bye.
No one saw. Bye.
All right, you can tell the IT guy you can come in.
Okay.
It's choppy. All right, we're going to call it a night. Everyone says goodbye to Jessie. Yeah, Jessie's clocked out. She's gone. She could not wait. She's like, am I going home? Like, it's 10 minutes after. All right, have a good night, everybody. We will see y'all tomorrow. 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Don't miss out. Be there or be square. And don't forget to join the Discord. The link is in my bio. And don't forget to get some merch, guys. Get some merch, baby. And you can be cool like me with your shirt and your mug. And you can just be as awesome as the goat. This is about as close to being as awesome as the goat as you're going to be right here. All right? Get goated, all right? Level up your goat game. I'm telling you, the coffee just tastes better in this mug. I don't know what it is. Something about it tastes better. All right, everyone. Take care. I will see y'all later. What's going on, guys? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Oz the Crypto Goat. welcome. What's up, Purple Pepe? How you doing, buddy? Jeannie Marie, how you doing? Start smashing that like button. Don't just tap it, double tap it, smash it. Don't break your phone glass though. Be careful. How we feeling today? Ooh, bro. Big turnaround. And we're going to go over why. We're going to go over why the bullish sentiment has broken. So make sure you stick around so you can understand what is happening right now. But not so good. But we're opening another day candle on XRP, and it's red already. We'll talk more about it. I'm gonna get into the TA of this, but I want everyone to hear this because this is scary. This is definitely something to take into consideration of what's happening right now. In the meantime, keep hitting the like button. We'll get started in just a minute. How's everybody doing today? Bear trap? I don't know. We'll talk about it. Some news came out, and we can see everything crash across the board. Only one thing pumped. Unexpected news. I mean, if you've been watching this show, then we were all expecting this. Yes, EU tariffs, exactly. Look at you getting Marie on top of it. I told you there was no deal. Everyone was like, no, there's a deal. Nothing had been signed. There was no deal. And there's no deal with any countries right now. There's not one single deal. And that's why we have been a little reluctant in the markets. You saw that and pulled the rest out. Good for you. Things could turn around though, but SXT got some buy pressure here. Maybe it'll turn around. Excuse me. This is a point of support, but I would say there's a potential that it drops back down to 10. More accumulation time. So we shall see. But yeah, when we get pumps like this, make sure you're taking profits. Take some profits. Let it come back down. Put some more back in. This has the potential to do a lot. Yeah, we got XRP. XRP just opened the new day candle. It started out red and now it's recovering a little bit. We just got to be patient and see what goes on, but I am going to be reluctant in every market until there is firm deals signed with tariffs. Tariffs are driving everything. Even Bitcoin, look at Bitcoin, is not doing well. And this is a bad sign, because if Bitcoin consolidates here, that is a head and shoulders. Back down to 97, which would be a double top in the more macro. And it could come back down to 70K, consolidate, and could be a head and shoulders all the way back to 25K. So we got to be careful. I think this is intentional. And Danny Gibson sent me a video, and this is kind of something that I've been eyeballing and playing around with, the idea that this may be possible. And this guy, he's got a video that kind of explains that. So we're gonna listen to what they got to say. We should listen to everything but believe nothing. XRP, where we're going. I'd say that there's a potential to hit 225 minimum. Let's see where did it hit. Like it just hit under 230. It could just hold at 230, but if it keeps getting sell pressure, it could keep going. And this is still kind of a head and shoulders. I'd say it's more of like a crown. It looks exactly like XRP looks right now. It's a head and shoulders with a big long shoulder. And if this breaks down to this blue line here of 206, I'm going to assume that that is an AI indication that XRP will crash the same down to 220. Maybe 230-ish. I'm gonna turn the lights on here. Some light so you guys see my face a little bit better. But we got the red lights on in the background. It's a red day today. I'm wearing a red shirt. It's a red day. But who knows, it could turn back around, and I would imagine so. As far as XRP goes, XRP will probably come up to about 232 to 235, but then come back down. So with a big heavy red candle, you should get a reversal for a little bit. 235. If you're looking to exit, that would probably be around your exit point. Not financial advice, but I am out. I'm out. Waiting for the tariff stuff. Hey, Purple Pepe, thank you for the heart me. Thank you very much. Don't forget to be hitting that like button, guys. We got to keep our likes up. We are finally breaking out of the shadows. You have a small moon bag? Yeah, I keep a small moon bag of everything. Amounts that I don't care if it just completely disappears, you know? But my main holdings, you know, they're in stable coins. Like mini small, yeah. Yeah, mine are pretty freaking small right now. Mine are pretty small. But that's all right, because I made plenty on this, you know. That's what's been paying for this whole show and everything, paying the staff. We have no fact checker in today. I did have to cut back on staff. I was upset reading the news this morning. I know. Bad news day. News runs everything. That's why this is a news show. And we do the journalism, you know, because we need to know what's going on. And I got some more fake news for you today. I got some more fake news. And if you're invested into these projects, this is going to help you to make sure that you secure those profits. Because, yeah, the news is just full of misinformation. It's so bad. It's so bad. I can't believe how bad it is. And they're playing with people's, you know, money, you know, their livelihoods here. And it's awful. So we need to get the heart me's in here, guys. We need 10 heart me's today. That's our goal. DT improvised too much. What do you mean DT's improvised too much? Well, I was saving this for a green day, but I'm gonna crack it open today anyway. Celebrate a night of sleep because I'm not in the market. So cheers. Anytime I'm out of the market, I sleep so well. Delicious. You were nervous. I had a feeling. Then I sold. Good for you. Go enjoy Hawaii. The money's not real if you don't do something with it. But the best thing to do is to reinvest into real things. You know, start a business. Start buy some real estate. You know, and you know, buy rental properties. Buy a duplex or you know, a quadruplex, something like that you can rent out and manage, and you're gonna do just fine. Turn those profits into other investments that generate income, and then take that income and use it to build up more assets. And then once you've got enough assets built up, then what you do is you take out a loan on the assets and you don't cash them out. And you get that loan and you go buy more assets, hard assets, businesses and things. And then you take out you enough to pay the loan. And if you're buying, you know, investment properties, the tenants will pay the mortgage on those things, and pay that loan down for you. Purple Pepe was the first meme coin used by real estate. Yeah, I feel that, but I'm more into like Ondo as far as real estate goes. I'm trying to stay away from meme coins this year. I don't think I don't know if we're gonna get an alt season. I don't know if we're gonna get a meme coin season. I think this is potentially the simul cycle or the unicycle. Everything is pumping together with Bitcoin all in unison because the liquidity is more spread out. There are more projects than we've ever seen in crypto history. And because of that, more people are trying to get ahead of the Bitcoin run, and they're putting it into the altcoins. And the people that are like, oh, I'm going to get ahead of the altcoin run, they're putting it into meme coins, and they're basically all just trading in unison together. And I think the days of the classic bull cycle may be over. Not necessarily. I think there will be something because people believe it and want it to happen so badly. There will be some sort of a meme and alt season, but it won't be as dramatic as we've seen in the past. The liquidity is spread out. We will get an alt season, yes. We will get a meme coin season, but it's not going to be what we're used to. And what's going to happen is people are going to hold on so tightly, waiting for things to happen like they've happened in the past, and they're going to end up riding it to the bottom. That's what I believe is going to happen. You're really looking at lower prices while XRP is in an uptrend, higher highs, higher lows. XRP is in an uptrend, but this is a bearish signal. This is a bearish signal right here. This is an ascending channel, which is bearish. It drops down from there. And the pattern is this massive head and shoulders. So yeah, I'm concerned. And we will see lower prices for sure. Either we trend down this line a little bit, get a little pump up, and then bam, fall down. Or we fall down into this line and kind of pump up to it, maybe come out a little bit and come back down. But this is another classic head and shoulders right here. and that would send the price all the way back to 175 to 160 again, and potentially lower, especially once people start realizing that there are no trade deals, the war's still on, everything is not sunshine and rainbows like they thought it was. It'll get bad. Oh, I just noticed the red curtain for lows, green for highs. So cool. Yeah. LOL. No, the last leg down was the correction. Scroll out to the weekly. I'll look at the weekly. I like to look at the weekly. The weekly looks like a crown. That's a crown pattern, yo. That is bearish. That definitely looks like a crown. So we're going underneath $1. I don't know about underneath $1, but I think we could potentially see 180 to 150. I'm leaning more towards the 163 again. We called this, you know, I think it was December 30th. I said we would drop over the next several months, and we would hit 163. That would be the bottom, and then we would turn up again and be in an uptrend. And that's exactly what happened. I said that all the way back in January 30th. If you don't believe me, go look at my older videos. Go look at the old stuff from back in January, February. And a lot of those ones that were posted in February are recordings from January. But I would say we've broken out of the trend. It could be a bear trap. But I'm leaning more towards the lines of this is perfect. This is exactly what had to happen. This is kind of a crown right here. And this smaller, let me see here. This smaller pattern right here. You see it? This smaller pattern emulates this entire massive thing right here. So the question is it going to hit here and then go into a reversal from there? That is a possibility. But if it doesn't, and I would even argue that this position right here, I think it's about 229, would be emulating this here. And the green candles is this channel moving up and then the drop down. So I am leaning towards, with the news that we know about the markets, that this is whatever this pattern plays out will probably indicate what this macro pattern is going to do. And I would say that this is a crown. Prices respecting bullish overflow. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, this is, I would even argue that this is normal price correction from such a heavy pump up here to come back down 50%. But it did that. It had a hella bullish diamond bottom here, and it still broke structure and came down. It 247. And if you were a subscriber, I would have told you that we would hit 247 and come back down, or we would continue up and go to 280 depending on what Bitcoin did and the news. And 247 was your zone to take profits or exit depending on where you feel. And that's exactly where we hit. And then we came back down. Max 235 possible. Yeah, I think it could hit 235. That would be your exit. If you think the markets are going to just continue to go down, your exit point would be 235, or you can diamond hand the shit out of this thing. That's on you. I can tell you, where it's going to go depending on which direction, but I use the news to tell me which direction it's going to go.